Second thing, for the colleagues for the people in the room at EASA, we are starting a little late so that people could travel in the morning. There won't be any morning break. If you need water and coffee, they are at the back of the room, and otherwise some snacks are outside. Lunch will also be served outside the room here in the lobby. For the people connected, I will, every time I open the floor, first look into the room and then look into the chat of WebEx if you are asking the floor. My request is that you ask for the floor in the chat and not by raising your hand, because with 120 people connected, I can't see who is raising the hand. And please bear with me, because it won't be so easy. Once I give you the floor, colleague online, please unmute yourself and talk. From our side, you see in front of you the full team that developed AMC GM, and we are here today to answer all your questions or your doubts. The objective of our meeting today is to explain the rationale behind what we have done, is not to discuss comments. You have time to submit comments for almost 5 weeks after this meeting. Last important information, restrooms for those at EASA. There are outside the meeting room, either on the left, or you can see a white door close to the lift. You take this door, there is a corridor, and at the end of this corridor, there is another set of toilets. With this, I think I have provided all the housekeeping information, and I am happy to give the floor to our director, Mr. Luc Titkat, for a welcome address. Luc, yeah, please. You want me to be? Yeah, please.
So, good morning, everyone. My pleasure really to open this workshop, very much expected workshop on our site for multiple reasons, and come back to that in a few seconds. You are more than 200 to be listening to us, not all in the meeting room. There are some who are connected. Finally, we decided to open the workshop to also connection. I think we have all an interest that we are working together, even we cannot physically come to the room, but to understand what is coming now and how we would be implementing Part IS, which is now adopted and formally on the roadmap to be part of the aviation regulatory package. It's important for us to meet. Why? And very important to have you in the room and connected, because we need to get the same understanding on what we want to implement in order to deal with the new aviation risk. It's not a risk we have conventionally dealt with so far. It's a risk which is propagated around all aviation domains. And the fact that all aviation domains are represented today, it's also, I would say, a good sign that the message was passed properly when it has been adopted. Part IS was adopted. We have collectively to ensure that we implement the regulatory package in a homogeneous way in order to have a seamless and homogeneous protection of the aviation system. Because that will be probably I would say the message today that we are, and when you have seen now the AMC and guidance material prepared, available, we want to be sure that first of all, this is what you are expecting to assist you, but to have your comments and feedback on how you would see them in your daily life. You know that you have your respective responsibility to ensure that this is properly implemented, both regulators and both organizations. It's really a common approach we need to have. This is the second message. And so across all domains, but we need to be sure that we have the same understanding how to implement it. To get the effect we are looking for is that we are not facing a new major crisis of aviation when, I mean, we will not be protected properly from this new risk, as I mentioned earlier. So we started with the product. Initially, I mean, when we elaborate the response to this new threat, after we had consulted, after we got inputs and strong requests to move as EASA, I mean, we start with the products, and then progressively speaking, we went to the organizations to see how we would need, how we could best tackle that. And the work, by the way, was started by, and I cannot resist to say a word about Juan Anton, who is in the room. He has been the one who started the first lines of this part IS, and I think we have then to continue this work, and I would like also Davide to be congratulated for the work he did to prepare the full package under Gian Andrea a solid leadership. So I think it's also one word on the team. Having said that, there are other elements I want to share with you. It's the EASA, and so you know the cybersecurity, European cybersecurity aviation system we established is there also to connect authorities and in organizations around the type of reactions we want to push forward, how to react vis-à-vis risk. So EASA is still there, will remain there, and we need to have that in the background to know how you could make use of it in your respective areas. More will be said today on that. EASA was established. We will also yeah, sorry, I'm creating, I'm losing control of the scenario, sorry. So what is important to us as well, so beyond the instrument, beyond EASA, beyond the ESCP, which has also to be congratulated for the support they provided to the agency to prepare this rule. We have also try to identify how we could prepare the workforces. We are all on the same site with the specific expertise, which was not present, I mean, I would say 5-7 years ago. So we had to ensure the workforce needed there, not only in terms of expertise, but also, of course, in volume, in quantity, that we have enough resources we can mobilize. So this is an important message also, that we want to circulate, we want to help you in your respective organizations, administration, authorities, that your management, your decision-making level is aware that, I mean, they must equip the teams which have to be established with the proper expertise and with the right number of people. So what I have also to tell you is that we had prepared a strategy on cyber. I don't know when it was again, it was in 2018. And we want to revise it. We learned a lot since the strategy 2018 was adopted. We have, we know that, I mean, it's a risk, aviation risk, which is evolving quickly. And we see now maybe an opportunity to come back to it and to go back to what, to the blackboard, to put maybe an update on the strategy to ensure that we reflect the proper demands of the sector. what I can say on this, it's you make use of this workshop as much as you can. Please tell us. It must be really a workshop. It's not a conference when you are in your place and listening to us. I mean, we need feedback from you, and we are here to get any type of remarks. What is missing? What is not? You believe is not properly reflected in the material. You know, there is a consultation process which is going on, which is being closed 21st of April. So we have a bit of time. So we hope that today you can get more in order to finalize your comments. That will be much appreciated. Last word to say that when EASA was asked to do it, and it's not part of our basic regulation formal competence, we, traditionally speaking, we consider that we should be dealing with cybersecurity the same as we do with other domains, safety. Our main mission so far has been always safety, so we extend it, but we want to work with international partners also. The SCP was invented in 16, putting together ICAO, ACAC, US partners, and I would like also to especially welcome today our Brazilian colleagues who might, maybe with the time difference, I don't know if they will join us or not, but at least we have a physical presence. But I mean, we want also to ensure that our colleagues in Canada, they can also be part of this exercise, because ultimately, I mean, we want, it's not only across the domains of aviation, but it's across the continent. The risk exists, and we are working now on the ICAO umbrella as well, and we want to make our best effort to help the different work streams ICAO has launched to support that very actively, and we hope, and I hope that my team can play a role at ICAO to promote what would be the solution, which we would see as to be shared with the others, because ultimately speaking, as I said, aviation is really a cross-domain issue, but also an international issue. With all, I think I want to close this opening remarks. Anything you want to raise now with me, because I will not stay unfortunately with you, but any remarks, comments, I would be more than delighted to take them and possibly to respond to them if I can. So we have a long agenda, I think, today as well. So, okay, I don't think it's the case. So I give the floor back to you, and wish you a very successful day today. And this is only the start of our journey, and to respond to this new safety risk aviation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Luc. Thank you for your kind words. And so now we are ready to crack on.
Yes.
Davide, who has been the project manager for the AMC GM work, will guide us through the day. Davide, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and welcome to those physically joined. It was challenging, as far as I understood, traveling to Cologne now that the mess at the fair open again. And so you did an extra effort, but of course, welcome and thanks for joining us remotely. So today it will be a long day. The morning will be devoted to, say, an introduction. So I'll touch upon the process that took us here. The focus consultation will be explained, because probably it's one of the first time that it is used, at least in the frame of the new rules that have been agreed at the management board. And then we will really enter into action, talking about MCGM late in the morning. So it's 11:45, the first slot on MCGM. Sorry, yes, it is 10:45. at the let's say middle of it, we will start to talk about the document, and then we will have the lunch break, and we will start again in the afternoon, continuing to cover all the elements of Part IS and the relevant MCGM. The day will close at 5 after a wrap up. So I hope that you will be able to get important insights in order to make your comments. So like Gian-Andrea said, we are trying to give you some insights, some rationale in order for you to provide, comments that are, helpful for us to improve the document. And to do that, we thought that you need to know a bit more what was behind the creation of the material. There is, in any case, after each section, a Q&A session that has been introduced. So we will leave 5-10 minutes after each session in order to exchange. Again, think about what you would like to be better clarified. We cannot take comments on the MC. I think that's been repeated several times, but we will do our best to provide you insights, rationales, in order to better understand the material that has been produced. Any question before we start? Nothing from the chat, so I guess I can start. So, like I said, beginning, it's important to bring you all on the same page, even regarding the process that took us to say this MPA, and all started with the rulemaking task. In 2017, when we first met in October 2017, with the working group of the SCP. The SCP, as Luke said, it is a gathering of representative of stakeholders of the aviation system. So we started from the representative of the Commission. You know, the Commission has different directorate, and there is the one that is dealing with the transport, the one that is dealing with network and connection, that is responsible also for the NIS directive. There is the one that is responsible for the satellite system. So all these actors in the Commission joined us, and then we had the agencies, the operative agencies. So beside the EASA, also EASA, the European Action Services, at the beginning also Europol and CERT-EU, and then your control, CESAR. So all say the representative of the regulators and the operative agencies. A number of states joined us, and then the industry with all domains. So that group was so large and very representative that we thought could help us in developing the rule. This is why we created a very large rulemaking group. It took us some time, say a couple of years or so, in order to come up with a proposal and the first MPA, Part IS, in 2019. That was a public MPA. So we received a large number of comments that have been addressed sometimes as a group comments, say, because there were a lot of different perspectives that came in. And then we proposed to the SCP a revised text of the rule. We went through another round of discussion, and finally, the opinion of Part IS was published in July 2021. And that was the start of a new part of the journey. That is, it was the adoption through the so-called comitology process. So the rule went back to the Commission. It has been discussed within the Commission. Again, the directorate I mentioned before, because there were interest from all the different parties on that, and by the member state for the final positive decision that occurred in July 2022. So from that moment on, it was just, say, a number of internal, bureaucratic steps that took us to the publication of the rule. The first piece of the rule was published in October 2022, and the final in February 2023. I will have a few slides about that. In parallel, in September 2021, we started to work on AMC and GM. So this was another rulemaking task that occurred immediately after the publication of the opinion. So while the comitology process was ongoing, the SCP rulemaking group met again, and we had to arrange us slightly differently with respect to the rulemaking task. So we spent the first meetings to identify the best working method, as well as the priorities. And finally, we came up with a structure of subgroups dealing with different parts of the material. And the priorities were necessary because when the opinion was issued, we received some comments from the stakeholders who have then been called to provide their vote, their opinion on the package, that some material, some more insight would have been helpful. So we decided to support this by producing as quick as possible certain AMC, an initial package, in order to support their informed decision. This is why we wanted to come up with a plan with certain priorities. In fact, in July 2022, we were able to deliver an initial package covering certain important aspects and also showing that we were not just sitting back and relaxing, waiting for the decision, but we were really actively working on this. And I think that also, thanks to this document, we can, well, the committee decided positively on Part IS, and the rule was adopted in July 2022. Our work continued within the SCP, and we completed the drafting of the material within the SCP in December last year. Now, counting back, I think we had more than 80 group meetings, and this is a real number, 16 ESCP plenary meetings to review the material. So it was really a huge work. And I cannot stop thanking those who joined us since the beginning and contributed to this work. Then the job continued on our side. We spent some effort on filling a few gaps that were present in the document, in the December document. We had an internal peer review, a legal review, and proofreading. So this took us to March. When was it? The 8th, when we released the MPA for the focus consultation. Our target date for publication is somewhere, let's say, in July this year. I must admit that ahead of us there are at least two unknowns. The first is the number of comments that we will receive. So the the program could be a bit effort driven. So if we will receive many comments to address, we maybe have to shift it on the right. And the second is the fact that the decision needs to be signed by the director. So we will have a change in the director, and maybe this may introduce some delays if we come up with the document at the very wrong moment. Anyway, we believe that by the end of 2023, the decisions and taking the very late date, the decision will be issued. Back to the subgroups. For you to know, the subgroups that worked on were 4 that worked on different topics. So the first, with the grouping of these topics, was decided internally, and I would say topics are together by affinity, by say linked to certain elements of an ISMS and of the regulation. In fact, as you can see, the first group worked on risk assessment and treatment that are part of the management, and they also took some of the production of the definition, the terms that we added in order to have a common language in the AMC and GM. The second group worked on the personal requirements, and then by affinity, contracting of activities, and then we also had record keeping in that group. The third, it was working on the ISMS, the general part of it, the continuous improvement, as well as the SMS manual and the changes to the ISMS. And the fourth, incident management, internal reporting, response to finding, and external reporting scheme. As you will see, these are all linked together. You can also see the participating organization to this activity. So again, a tribute to them. But the plenary, so those organizations that participated into the monthly review, the famous 16 review, was much larger. And we have other member states representatives and other organizations participating to it. And in particular, it's worth mentioning that in this plenary, we had participation from authorities outside Europe. So again, this was an attempt to have already an harmonization on the measures that have been proposed. The MC and development have been developed with say a logic approach. I would say we are all engineer on our side, and what we did was to thoroughly review the rule. We wanted to then identify the elements that were worth, say, an integration. So we reasoned that way. And in the means of compliance, we ended up providing rules, means to comply with the regulation, explaining the objectives of the rule. So why we should do something is because the rule has this objective. So this is why we think this is a mean to comply with the regulation. And also with processes. So the MC tends to provide more insight on the process that needs to be followed in order to comply to the rule. In the guidance, we addressed elements of the rule that would require explanation. Sometimes we had to provide more insights on the requirements that are linked together in order to achieve certain objectives. So it was kind of interpretation or the EASA interpretation of the rule. And in other cases, and this is the second point of the guidance material, there were elements triggered by the production of means of compliance. So we had to integrate means of compliance with more explanation, more guidance. So say the guidance material needs were also generated while producing the AMC. The process that we followed in order to validate the material was basically always going back to this pattern, a drafting within the subgroup till the material was sufficiently mature to be proposed to the plenary, and then the material was put on offer. And then during the plenary, we may have received one or more comments. So that was the review, the first review that required to the group the comment resolution, and again another agreement on the comments resolution, and a proposal to the plenary for the second review. Normally, after the second review, we were able to consolidate the package, but in other cases, we had to go through other comments and other comment resolution. So on average, say we had a couple of reviews to the plenary, and in some cases, like I said, 3 review. And of course, as long as the time passed and we had less months ahead of us, there were certain sections that they couldn't really make it to go through the review cycles. So that they were warning to the group to speed up. And I think the group reacted very well to this warning. In fact, we, like I said, we were able to reach our objective. And this was the high-level schedule that we used in order to produce the material. So the priority 1 items and priority 2 together for the expected meeting of adoption of Part IS in July, and the priority 3 items for the December meeting. So now we are in 2023, and I would like to share with you the program of what will come after. Some of these tasks have been already completed, and I refer to the task 1 and 2, so what EASA did internally, and also the 4.1, so the distribution to stakeholders. Now, the ball is in your field. We will return or enter again into action, I would say, at the end of the commenting period, or a bit earlier if we receive some comments earlier. So we will restart our activity. And as you can see, the time that we have allotted in order to deal with the comment and to review them internally, to go through a legal review, proofreading, preparation of the document, it's longer than the initial time that has been used to review the draft material. This is because the process to produce the official MCGM is a bit more thorough in terms of checking, legal review, and it's good for you to know that unfortunately it's not immediate the production of the document after all the comments will be received. So expect some months, and you can see here the ration. So I think that with this I've done, and I can leave the stage to Gian Andrea. We'll continue.
Thank you, Davide. I will just say a couple of words on the objective of Part IS, and I think that they are already clear to most of you, but just to put everything into the same framework. Through Part IS, we want to protect the aviation system from information security risks that have a potential impact on aviation safety. So we don't pretend, and it is outside our remit to protect the aviation system from all kind of aviation information security risks. But only from those that can have a spillover effect on the safety side. This means that within the scope, you have all the systems and the data that are approved by all organizations and authorities for their civil aviation purposes. The scope is quite large. And what we expect every affected organization or authority to perform. They have to identify and manage information security risks related to their system and data. And then they need to be able to detect those events that can be considered information security incidents. And then if they have a spillover effect or they have a potential spillover effect, they need to be able to respond and recover from those incidents. How? In a way that is proportionate to the impact on aviation safety. So we have a lot of exchanges of data and a lot of connections in place. So the level of protection needs to be proportionate. This is the principle that is at the basis of what we are doing. The applicability. Applicability is civil aviation authorities, including EASA in its capacity of competent authority for certain type of approvals, and all the type of approvals that EASA issues in the different domains. You see, we have classical domains, airworthiness or operations and licensing. We have the full ATM ANS. And then we have aerodrome, and we already have drones. We have a U-Space regulation. This means that U-Space service providers are also subject to this rule. As long as new type of approvals will be identified, applicability of Part IS will be extended to it. You also know that we have two pieces of regulation. We have a delegated regulation and an implementing regulation. What you see in the red line is the perimeter of the delegated regulation. All the rest is covered by the implementing regulation. Reasons for that is purely legal. EASA and the Commission have received through the basic regulation a delegation on the topics, on the areas that are within the red line, which is not the case in the other case, for the other domains. This means that the delegation is driving to a different legal approach. The content of the two regulations is exactly the same. When we look at what is not applicable, we have a number of organizations that are not covered for many different reasons. So if you see that your organization is falling into this table, then probably you don't have to comply with Part IS. In addition to that, there is also the possibility in Part IS to provide a risk assessment to the authority and to demonstrate that there is no risk, and therefore with the endorsement of the authority, you get a kind of exemption from compliance with Part IS. So in terms of implementation timelines, as Davide said, the two regulations have been issued with a time gap of around 4 months, which also drive the applicability date to 2 different days. However, we have been told that as authorities are needed and to verify compliance also of the organization under the delegated regulation, and applicability for authorities is the latest compliance applicability date in February 26. De facto, all the applicability goes to 22nd of February 26. Our objective, as you have already seen, is to have AMC and GM published by this summer. Here, I want also to answer to some of the comments that we have received regarding an extension of the commenting deadline. We think that at this point in time, it is important to everyone to have AMC and GM available as soon as possible. And the timing that we have proposed to you is allowing us to meet the objective of having AMC GM available and published by this summer. If we are going to extend the commenting period by 1 or 2 weeks, we will have a knock-on effect on all the subsequent steps that will bring us in a kind of limbo, because as you probably know, the EASA executive director is concluding his mandate end of August this year. This means that we may end up in a kind of unknown territory from an empowerment perspective, which could cause further delay, which no one of one wants. Yeah. Then what you have already noted, that is that we have 2 sets of horizontal requirements that are going across the board for all technical domains. This is something that is happening for the first time. It requires a lot of adaptation, and this is also one of the reasons why we have high-level requirements in both authority and organization requirements, and why having AMC and GM available is so important. So this is because of the approach that we have taken here. Now, a couple of words on the focus consultation process. So first of all, what you have in the material. You have received 4 documents. The first one is the explanatory note, where we explain why we have done things, and all the elements, that information that we need to provide in order to make understood the purpose of the task. Then you have in Annex 1 AMC GM to authority and organization requirements. So essentially, the scope of the implementing regulation. In Annex 2, you only have AMC and GM to organization requirement related to the delegated regulation, which is exactly the same of the authority requirement in Annex 1, except for authority requirements I-205 ECO. So at the end, if you read Annex 1, you have also covered what is in Annex 2. In Annex 3, we are providing IMC and GM to the authority requirements in other regulations that have been changed through the implementing regulation. These are particularly important for authorities. And here we are telling them how they have to react in case of information security incidents or vulnerability that have an impact on aviation safety. So this part was not covered in the current set of authority requirements, and it is now covered. So I hope that how we have organized the text is now better clear to you without the need to go through all the package. The rulemaking procedure is something that is codified in a management board decision that has been revised at the beginning of 22. It is available on our website under the management board section. So essentially, we have, after the development of regulatory and supporting material, a consultation. And for the consultation, EASA may choose whether to have a public or a focused consultation. What we decided to have was a focused consultation because all or many of the interested stakeholders had already been involved in the drafting of advisory and guidance material. So there are very few people out there that don't know where we stand. At the same time, we are getting a balance of the timeline, as we said before, with the need to have AMC GM available. We have 3 years of transition period. If we use the first 6 months of this transition period to have the AMC GM, we think that with 2 years and a half, you are in a good position to be to implement Part IS in your organization. Who are we consulting? The EASA advisory bodies, essentially all the authorities, the Commission, Eurocontrol, all the industries that are represented in the stakeholders advisory bodies, the observer authorities that are part of ESCP, United States, Canada, Israel, and Brazil, and the other interested EU agencies, namely EASA, Network and Information System Agency, and Defense Agency. And at the same time, we are also running EASA internal consultation. As said, the deadline we would like to stick to is 21st of April 23 to receive all the comments. How to comment? We have sent you an Excel sheet for commenting and for gathering the comments. We would really like you to use this Excel sheet because it will facilitate the process for us. So it is very simple to use. You have just to choose what is the reference. There are drop-down menus so already provided. The line number, you put the line number of the text, you put your comment. If you propose an alternative text, you can put it in the column Foxtrot, and you provide the justification. And then you simply email the Excel file to the email address cybersecurity@easa.europa.eu. When we receive all the Excel sheet, we can combine and sort and organize all the comments. So that's why, even if it is a little cumbersome for you, this will expedite our work. And we ask you to use this Excel sheet. In case you have not received the Excel sheet, please write to us and we will send it to you. Because there were some hiccups in the distribution of the package, and we sent the package out twice, once without and once with the comment sheet. And this concludes my part.
Yes. So you see me back. There was a question regarding Part IS, if it is a significant changes for a DOA. Maybe Juan can say a few words. Do you want to comment, Juan?
So I haven't seen the question. So the question is whether this is a significant change or not, I suppose. Okay, so I'm Juan Anton. I was previously in the cybersecurity. Now I'm in charge of the DOAs, the approvals for DOAs. So this is the same as for safety management systems. The approach we are following is, at the end, whether the introduction of safety management systems and information security management systems is a significant change or not will depend on each organization. So each organization will have to identify which are the gaps that they have, compared to the new rule, what is missing, what they have already. And based on that, the organization will have to propose us whether they consider this as a significant change or not. And of course, we will have to discuss with them and we will have to agree. So it depends on what you have already. Probably with safety management systems is something where many organizations have been implementing it in the past, because maybe they have other domains where SMS was already applicable. For information security management systems, it may be different. Maybe not so many have it already, or the gaps are bigger. So this is something we have to evaluate one by one.
Thank you very much, Juan.
There is another question in the chat, but I would really ask everyone not to put question in the chat, just to ask the floor. Otherwise, we are not running properly the interaction here. So the question was that the person has not noticed the maintenance organization in the applicability. Yes, they are. You have to refer in detail to Article 2 of the implementing regulation, where all the organizations are listed. But I can confirm to you that the first type of organization mentioned in Article 2 are exactly maintenance organization approved according to Part 145.
Thank you, Gian Andrea. So let's start with the explanation of MCGM. I would again bring your attention and focus on the equivalence between organization and authority requirements to the extent possible, in the sense that we always have to refer to authority and organization requirement itself, and there are few changes with differences here and there. And this is a key for you to comment. Again, if you read the organization requirement in Annex 1, you have already read the authority requirements, basically. So the two annexes in reality really reduce to one half of the first annex. And I hope this will speed up your review activity. For what concerns the authority, you see there is for the information security external reporting. Let's see if I can point it here. There's a requirement for the organization, whereas for the authority, the equivalent requirement is the one for which we provide AMC and GM in Annex 3. So immediate reaction to security event that may have an impact on safety. This is the equivalence. And then authorities do not have the requirements that are really for organizations. So they stem from implementing rule for the domain, so response to findings, information security management, in this case, the manual for information security management, the changes to this. And the organization has also an extra effort to make in terms of internal reporting. And also, it would be worth mentioning what are the key ingredients for Part IS that drove us, inspired us, developing the regulation, but also a key to read Part IS and probably to start to steer you in a certain direction. There are elements that come from the basic regulation. So the risk acceptability, the safety risk acceptability, or other elements like record keeping and personal requirements. A big element is taken from the ISO 27000, say at large, X, in the sense ISO 27001 as a ISMS process, but also ISO 27005 when it comes to risk management. And also from the NIST, the cybersecurity framework, because there are so more elements on the security operations. So detect, respond, and recover elements that also cover a big part of our regulation. And finally, the reporting regulation, the 376, on which our external reporting requirements builds upon. So to this extent, we can color the different requirements of Part IS, linking them to the standards or the elements of the basic regulation or reporting regulation they are coming from. This is all to say that Part IS is not only ISMS. It has been called ISMS regulation, but it's a bit more. The part of ISMS is the one that is not covered by the white color, so it is more visible. And as you see, it is the policy, the risk assessment, security, and risk treatment that comes from ISO 27000 and a bit of NIST, the reporting scheme is really ISO 27000, and the continuous improvement that is part of all the ISO management standards. Detection, response, and recovery, like I said, is a bit more from the NIST. And then the personal requirements, record keeping, that are coming mainly from the basic regulation, but are also elements of ISO 27000 and the compliance monitoring, again, important in the ISO as well. So this may provide you also an initial answer to the question, is ISO 27000 enough? It is important. And let me also introduce the fact that we tried to map, because it was very important question since the beginning, Part IS to ISO 27000, as you may have seen in the guidance material in the appendix 2. Finally, it's important to remind what are AMC and GM, at least in the definition of the management board. Those are non-binding standards, non-binding material that is issued by EASA. The MC, with the purpose to show compliance with the basic regulation and the Delegated and Implemented Act as Part IS. And the guidance material are means to support the interpretation, again, of the basic regulation or implementing and delegated act. Again, I repeat, non-binding, although many comments have been made on the MC and GM, but we have always to interpret this way. Last introductory slide. We will follow, say, this flow that is depicted in the slide while talking today about the different requirements and the relevant MCGM. A similar picture is also in the material that we developed, and it's a way to introduce, say, two aspects of related to Part IS. That, I mean, quite natural. One is the implementation. So what an organization, an authority will have to do in order to reach compliance. And what will come after, so which are the processes that instead will continue to repeat so during the operations. The implementation will require more effort on certain elements of the rule, and these are also accompanied by the requirements that should be followed in order to achieve that the compliance, and then it needs to be consulted during implementation. And well, in the operation, like I said, there are processes that will continue to repeat, and the requirements that probably we may want to consult more frequently during the activity. And the bridge between the operation and implementation, that is, I can anticipate the continuous improvement, no? Because it's a mean to review what you're doing and go back, put a little more effort again in implementation in order to change something and make it better. With this, I leave the floor to my colleague Jean-Paul Moreau, principal for cybersecurity in aviation, and he will touch upon yes the start of an implementation journey.
Thank you very much, Davide. So welcome to Cologne, also from my side. Let me take you a little bit through the initial steps. They have been discussed in this one of the subgroups, subgroup 3, and it mainly concerned the guidance material to for the ISMS. Here I would like to refer concretely back to the regulation where 200 AI and OR 200, and sometimes, as you have seen before, they are not quite well matching. Here we have in clauses A, B, C, and D, we have implement an ISMS and do so by taking into account proportionality aspects, documenting core elements, and continuously improving it. So this is basically what 200 says. And so the group identified there was a need for AMC and GM both. And the first item that we ran into was basically establish an information security policy. But before you can do that, you have to define the scope. This is one of those cases where we have taken ISO 27001 as the template, which says you have to define the scope. So we didn't put it into the regulation itself that you have to define the scope first. And in order to define the scope, you have to do at least an impact assessment of what you have in order to be able to map out the scope. And we will go there as soon as we touch on 205C, because that's the section where we talk about risk assessments. So part of the policy is, for example, management commitment and several key processes that need to be addressed. And one extra element that we developed AMC for was compliance monitoring. And just because it came up in another meeting yesterday, I'd like to elaborate 1 second more on compliance. Compliance is not only meant to be compliance with legal requirements, but also compliance with internal objectives. So we didn't want to use different terms there. So, and on the GM side, then we focused primarily on what do you have to do when you establish an ISMS which has aviation safety in its focus, because that's where the ISMS that we are looking at differs from the ISMS that companies usually put in place, where they are looking primarily on their business continuity, on their financial well-being, on reputation, those kinds of aspects, but not necessarily on what can happen even beyond my corporate boundaries to, in this case, safety. So that is something that we looked at, and I'd like to go quickly into the document itself. It's so small that I need my glasses. So we have, and this, as you can see, is part of the GM material. We have used a bow tie to communicate the two sides, where we have information security measures on one side and where we have aviation measures on the other side. It is probably a little bit more complicated, as we are now working on. These are more nested bow ties that we are looking at in reality, but this is about the perspective that we are trying to take when we look into an ISMS. And this is, here you see all the material that you also have seen before. Here's this the slide that we just saw, also included to represent how this ISMS is controlling the whole process. We have the plan, do, check, act, and here we have the link to ISO 27001 very specifically. And we also point to the mapping table that you will find in Annex 2. Here you see what I just talked about before. The organization should define and document the scope of the ISMS. So that's the first, that's taken from ISO 27005, 27001 actually. So that's why there may be questions about why didn't you call it out separately? We didn't have to, because that's part of an ISMS. And then here, following here, you see the different policies that we identified, or not the policies themselves, but descriptions, what policies should contain, or which policies should be contained. I think we are, I'm not sure whether we still have some specific. Now you see we are going through the different steps that we highlighted from 200 A to D, and here we are coming now into the 205, where we have in the AMC we have the statement that says you have to conduct an information security risk assessment, and you need to ensure that all aviation safety relevant assets are identified. There has been the question, well, if we already know what the safety relevant assets are, do we really have to do an impact assessment yet? Then, if you can demonstrate to the authority that what you already know is assured to the proper level, maybe they believe you. I'm not sure I would, because maybe something slipped through if you didn't look at it. And this uncertainty is something that I think needs to be addressed. So that's why we are considering that at least an impact assessment, if not the full risk assessment, needs to be done beforehand. But I think it's a discussion between the organization and the authority.
I have a question on that. One of the main assets regarding aviation safety is the aircraft itself, I assume. We have the decision 2020-006, which has published or amended the certification specifications of the aircrafts in terms of aircraft cybersecurity. How is that interrelated with this regulation, the decision, and who is responsible for that? Because for the aircraft, the CAMU or the accountable manager will be responsible, or is it the responsible with the Part AS responsible person? So where's the scope in terms of aviation safety with the aircraft? Is it with the certification specification or with Part AS?
Cyril, please.
So for the aircraft, the decision 2020-06R was to amend the certification specification. You are right, and so it's a condition. It introduces a condition to establish the airworthiness of the aircraft. So it's mainly for the manufacturers to develop the protection mechanism around the aircraft systems. So that's purely a product related activity. So that to be able to use and to operate the aircraft, it has to be certified according to the type certificate, and the type certificate introduce this requirement. So I think there is no link with the after that the organization. I suppose you can take credit when you do your risk assessment on your assets, on the fact that the aircraft is certified with information security, so you can trust the activities that have been done by the manufacturers. If you don't do that, it means that you have to redo something on the aircraft. It's not meant for that. So
I want to add something, if I may. First of all, thank you for the question, because it is very relevant. Who is responsible for the protection of the aircraft? So if we look at the life cycle of the aircraft and everything that goes with the aircraft is under the responsibility of continuing airworthiness management organization. So, and if we read Part AS, we see that the organization has to identify all the risks that are coming from the information security side that can have an aviation effect. So, in my opinion, the protection of the aircraft itself goes with the continuing airworthiness stream. If there are information security risks that are moving from the organizational setting to the aircraft, this is one of the interfaces that need to be considered. But for when the aircraft is standing alone and making sure that the aircraft is protected, is up to date to the latest information for continuing airworthiness service bulletin and so on, this is clearly a responsibility that is for the CAMO.
I have one question. Is here. Hello, it's Fabrizio from Safran. You talked about the impact assessment and the risk assessment, which I'm coming from a company essentially with the DOA, POA, and MOA. So the impact or risk assessment is making a significant difference. And in particular, I wanted to know from your point of view, to which granularity do you think we have to go with the assessment? And they explain better. Of course, large company, they have all their information security system protection, okay, which are deep or not, but they are, I think in many cases, they are quite deep. Would it be, okay, I use this word even if I have not exactly this in mind, but would it be sufficient to make a link between this existing system and the potential effect that there could be on the safety of the product? Or do we have to go further in terms of granularity?
Thank you very much for that question as well, because that's also a very relevant question, the granularity. Coming back one step to the question of, is the aircraft is probably the key element that's affected by aviation safety? Yes, absolutely. I think it's primarily the operation makes the difference. I remember when I go way back in my memory, when I was still working for Airbus, our mantra was the aircraft is only the last line of defense. And having that in mind, absolutely, whether you're in the continuous airworthiness process, whether you're in the normal maintenance process, whether you're in the operations, regardless where you are, there are always areas where you have responsibility for that area, for the security of that area. So in the end, the aircraft is not but only the last line of defense. So there are other lines of defense before. So from that perspective, I think there is a responsibility for the other process by the other organizations. And I think from risk or impact assessment perspective, and I agree with you, there is a huge difference between the two, but we didn't call it out specifically. There is the necessity to do a risk assessment or an impact assessment is your effort is smaller the more you accept to put it in scope of Part AS. Because everything that you have put in scope of Part AS then is treated according to Part AS. This is basically a way to exclude elements from it. And we have one slide about this coming up very soon, where we talk about exemptions in this. This is the ultimate retraction from Part AS. If you can show that you have absolutely no safety effect, regardless what your organization is doing, then you don't have to apply Part AS. But you have to have approval by the authority that your assessment was correct. Now coming to the granularity, this is a little bit the same thing. If you are able to show that on a higher level, your system is a process or whatever is the element, it will have a safety effect. You don't have to dig deeper for that part of the scoping. For the later part, for the risk management, of course, you have to dig as deep as necessary to be able to manage it, because now in certain areas you may have effects that may be more severe than others, and you have to protect them against them better than against those which may have only a minor safety effect, which then falls out of the need to, according to Part AS, to do something, which doesn't mean that you shouldn't do anything, but at least there's no requirement from Part AS to do so. I'm not sure whether I answered that question for you.
Partially. But I think everything will depend when there will be the discussion with authority, when we will be audited, the capability of the company to explain that the existing system is capable enough to protect downstream at the end of the product that is being delivered.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Good, another question.
Yeah, it's amending that question regarding the granularity, and my question again, because the aircraft is not a standalone asset. We have a lot of interfaces regarding maintenance interfaces, but as well cockpit interfaces and passenger cabin interfaces, and all this has to be managed. Where is the border, the parameter between those aircraft asset view, which in terms of continuous airworthiness management, and the Part IS responsibility, so to say?
I would say every process that touches the aircraft is part of Part AS, and you have a certain level of certainty about what the aircraft is capable of doing, which you can take credit for in your Part AS activities. And if it means that there are weaknesses on the aircraft that are shown afterwards, after it has been delivered, which can happen anytime, vulnerabilities can pop up anytime. There's always a certain period between the discovery of the vulnerability, then you most probably get notified by the manufacturer, and then there will be a period between that moment and the moment that the manufacturer is able to fix it. So in between, that's the moment where you have to take operational measures to reduce the risk to an acceptable level. So there is a varying degree of who is responsible. If everything's secure, maybe you can stand outside, but as soon as you find out, oh, there's a problem, you have to step in.
Okay.
Good.
Thanks, Jean-Paul.
I have a question on the slide where you show implement versus operate.
Mhm.
The risk assessment part is only on the operate side. Does this mean that for initial compliance to Part IS, we just have to put in place the framework and only have a high-level impact assessment and run the risk assessment during operations?
Actually, the risk assessment part, the 205 part, is on the implement side, not on the operation side. Yes. There's then the risk management part in the operation. Yes.
So your slide was confusing.
Here on the you have the 205. Adopt risk management framework, define ISMS scope. There you have also the 205. So it is not explicitly called out. Do a risk assessment in this slide, which does mean that you don't do it.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, it was just to clarify what is expected for the initial compliance, because as I read this slide, it could be understood as you need to put in place your risk management framework, methodology, and so on, but not necessarily to have conducted actual risk assessments on your scope.
Well, on the scope, as I said, the minimum is an impact assessment, so you know what may have an implication on aviation safety, because otherwise you cannot do it. Next step is, as soon as you know you have your scope, you have to do a proper risk assessment on what is in scope.
Okay, but where is the limit between initial compliance and operation and continuous improvement?
Why should there be a boundary? We don't discriminate between the two. It's just for clarification purposes.
So
that we say
implement and operate.
It's not. There's no neither in the AMC nor in the regulation there's a discrimination between implement and operate.
So implement and operate are both due for initial compliance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just to be clear, in order to comply initially, you need also to have a first run of what is in the gray part of the slide. And then operate means that these activities are recurring because the organization can change, the external environment can change, and this is why they need to be done in operations several times. But you decide the frequency, you decide when you adapt, because you need to have a level of protection that is protecting you from the external environment.
Okay, so it's an important clarification. So we understand that you have to implement and do the first iteration of operation for initial compliance. That's right?
Only if you are able to operate, then you are compliant, yes.
Okay. Hello, this is Juan Anton. I'm going to focus on design organizations, okay, because we have a similar situation right now for safety management systems. You know, the safety management system became applicable 1 week ago or a few days ago. Now, how we are, and what I'm going to say about SMS, it could be done later to ISMS, but we have not issued a policy for ISMS yet, because I mean, we don't even have the AMC material, and we are still away from the deadline. But at least for SMS, the focus we are going to place is, you know, that you have the 2 years flexibility for correcting findings. So we want to make sure that on the 7th of March 2025, which is the end of the flexibility period for SMS to correct the findings, we want to make sure that you have an SMS which is in place, meaning you have the structures, you have the system, you have everything there, and operational. Now, later, after that, this is what we will ensure compliance with the rule on the 7th of March 2025. After that, we will focus on how effective the system is, how it matures, how it gets improved, and how you have continuous improvement. And then we can assess the level of maturity. But we want to make sure that on the end of the compliance period, that after those 2 years, you have the system in place and operational. And for ISMS, probably it's going to be the same. The only difference is you don't have the 2 years flexibility. You will have the findings with a period that will have to be agreed between you and the competent authority. And for SMS, you have 2 years to correct the findings. So that's the difference.
Yeah, just to be back on this question between operative and implementing, because I think it's very, very important. From operative point of view, it's more or less easy to put in place something. It means you putting system in place, a process, waiting to be cyber attacked, hoping never be cyber attacked, but you have a system in place. From implementing, when you ask a risk assessment of the existing assets structure that we have in place, it means that independent if it will be cyber attacked or not, I have to make an assessment. And that's why I insisted a lot, because for large companies with sites everywhere in the world, with many things that are connected, not connected, etc., it is a huge activity. So from operative point of view, I can do it something in a reasonable time, like it has been explained. For the implementing part, that's why I asked the granularity. It will be much, much more difficult to achieve the need in time with what is been explained.
When we discussed this in both in the rulemaking period and as well as in the AMC GM preparation period, the expected time to get compliant was even lower than 3 years, and so that's why we are now thinking within 3 years that should be possible. And it was not us asking for the 2 years; it was what we were told by industry. We will probably need 2 years to get there. And now we have 3 years, so or at least 2.5 after the AMC GM is officially published. So I think at least the first steps should be successfully completed by then. And I agree with Juan. Most probably at day one, not everybody will be analyzed to the last bit, and we are looking at improvements. But at least compliance, the basic compliance to the regulation, should be achieved by then. So maybe we can continue with, because otherwise we will bust the whole day. Can continue with the ISMS clause, which is the 200. In 200E, we then introduced that the key thing is that there should be no potential impact on aviation safety. And there's a need to document the information security risk assessment results. Of course, everything needs to be documented so it can be agreed to by the competent authority. And also, if some requirements should not be implemented or are not supposed to be implemented, there needs to be an approval by the competent authority. So the AMC there is, first thing is to follow the 205 A and B, which is the general risk assessment, not looking specifically on the safety effects. But then there is the need afterwards to actually filter out all those items that will have an impact on aviation safety. there needs to be an explanation, and that maybe answers a little bit the question: to which granularity do we have to go? Provide explanation for the exclusion of assets from the scope of the ISMS. So if you cannot demonstrate that there is no potential for a safety effect, then at least you have to explain that to the competent authority, so that helps them to understand whether your assessment can be agreed to or not. And what's also very important, consider also any other organization than your own, which is exactly this perspective on aviation safety. Your organization may not have nothing to do with aviation safety per se, but what you do may have a downstream impact on aviation safety. So that's something that you need to consider. So, and as part of the GM, the assessment to be discussed with competent authority, obviously, because otherwise it would be probably pretty difficult to obtain their agreement. And also in the GM, we have included a few examples. For example, one about DOA, POA, SPO, or ELA2 operators, because there we had some questions regarding that. I think I will skip now the entry into the.
Yeah, there's a typo. OR200 applies only to organization, not AR. There's a /OR, so I think there's a copy paste there.
So going one step further now in what I addressed earlier. This is then 205 ABC, and 205 A and B is this risk assessment on the information security risk level, which is there to identify the ISMS scope. So the scope itself will contain activities, processes, facilities, and resources, as well as equipment, systems, data, and information. But very, very important, the interfaces between your organization and other organizations. Primarily those who receive whatever you do, whether you deliver services or products. That's where it really starts to count. But also, this is kind of the functional chain idea that we are following. But obviously, that is also true, and we have in a different section, is also true for suppliers as a supplier to other organizations. In the AMC, yes.
Another question. Asking for the members of A4E, is it possible to provide a common list of safety-related issues, maybe on a higher level that gives us a first focus where to start, and not to watch or to assess everything like a reservation system or any other systems that has nothing to do with aviation safety in this case? Would that be possible, or have you thought about that?
We thought about that, and we decided against that for one very simple reason. Very often, this is used as, oh, that's the list, and I don't have to do anything because I'm not in that list. I think that initial list is probably fairly easy to be set up yourself, and so we think that will not provide a huge amount of benefit.
And probably that in the initial list we would have forgotten the no-time system.
Yes, for example. and there are probably plenty of those kinds of oversights that one will do, because you don't have them in scope if you do a non-focused brainstorming on what could be in there. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I didn't have a specific organization that I have to analyze. Just, dreaming things up.
Yeah, to add a bit to the answer, and I try to make it a story short, we ran into previous exercise in order to produce kind of scenarios or list and so forth. But there was a real problem of bandwidth, of availability of all people, and we were very much focused on the rulemaking task and the MC. But it's still on the table. They offer to the association that are representing the different part of the aviation ecosystem to run an internal exercise with their stakeholders and propose to EASA a list of systems that they think should be considered, a list of services that could be later be included in a GM material. Okay, so again, we would like that you consult your stakeholders and maybe can produce a list of elements that are really pertinent to your domain, rather than us providing very, very high level examples. So the offer is still on the table, and I'm pretty sure that we will have to review the material, if not only because of your comments, but even in the future to take into account comments that are coming from the field, not from operation. And this could be one element that can be improved. Welcome.
Including the no-time system, right?
Thank you. Thank you. This is Angelis Pozo from IATA, and thank you for the offer. I think, this is something that we have been raising, and I agree with you that maybe it's good that we, as associations, we get together and try to see if we have or we can agree on that list. But more to the process itself, how do you, if the process is closed by summer and you release the AMC GM before the end of 2023, how do you plan for this list or for whatever other thing can be included in the AGM, AMC GM at the later stage? How is it the process? If it is not included in this step, can be reopened at a later stage?
Yes, we can run another rulemaking task when there will be sufficient material to integrate MC and GM. When it comes to when, like I said, it depends. So if we have meaningful material and new insights that can be really helpful, even before the applicability data, we can run it again. So another MPA, maybe with a smaller scope in terms of elements that need to be integrated and reviewed, and so it will be also quicker, I guess. Yeah, so there's availability on our side to review the material if needed. Also considering, let me add another element coming from the meeting we had yesterday with the authorities. We are discussing with authorities, and so maybe some input can come from there. We have also started pilot projects with organizations, so this is another source of interesting input. We admit that our experience, field experience, is limited as yours. So as authorities and organizations, we're all on the same page at the moment. So we had good reflection, ideas, put them on paper. Now the reality check is coming. And from the reality check, probably we'll have some feedbacks that are worth to be introduced in our document.
Thank you, Davide. So, AMC material, we talk about identify aviation safety relevant assets, whatever they are, justify the exclusion, which is what we addressed before already, and the mutual exposure to information security risk at the interfaces. And I cannot repeat it often enough. The interfaces are a particular concern for us, and the those should be considered very closely. And then for the guidance material, of course, everything needs to be documented. In particular, the scope identification. Although it is the 205 clause that we are addressing here, but it has obviously an influence on the ISMS and scope, and how risk information sharing should be done at the interfaces. So, to give you a little bit of pictorial perspective on things, the 205A and B, they are doing this information security risk assessment, but it doesn't necessarily have to go into the safety consequences area, while the 205C requires specifically to analyze the effects on aviation safety. So I think both that shows that both needs to be done, and I think that's the key item of 205. Coming, would you try to remove this little window on the right side? Thanks, because it's covering. Yes, thank you. Suppliers, and there are multiple kinds of suppliers. Suppliers are interfacing organizations. There are three types that we are looking at. The first one is on the left-hand side. That is, if an organization outsources parts of the ISMS system, has a subcontractor that performs certain tasks. Obviously, the accountability remains with the organization. You create new interfaces, which have to be accounted for, and the responsibility for at least parts of that may be outsourced. So in Part IS, that is covered by contracting of information security management activities. And then you have in the operational activities side, you may interface with other approved organizations. And for those, all Part IS requirements apply. There's no difference. It becomes a little bit more difficult when you interface to non-approved organizations, because they don't have to implement Part IS. Again, this is the same story as on the other side. In this case, the organization remains accountable for all activities on that side. So you need to put them into the contractual requirements. And that may include the possibility to be audited by the competent authority. That may be necessary in some cases. And so it should be considered from the very beginning that this is something that needs to be done.
Yeah, sorry. I have one question about it. I'm talking about non-approved organization acting as a supplier of an approved organization. So I know that it is one of your favorite subjects when you audit the approved organization, the supplier. But what I said before for the company, it's even much more applicable for suppliers, considering that in current industrial scheme, we have tier 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes going further. So don't you think that is really almost impossible to apply all what you are asking now to this kind of to all these suppliers, which is already applicable for the SMS, but it's easier for the SMS because we talk directly about safety, so everyone should be concerned. Here is more indirect talking about safety.
That would open the back door in the whole system. And even organizations that are approved can make sure that they outsource things to tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suppliers and create the backdoors for themselves. So I'm not sure whether this is a good idea to exclude them, because that just opens procedurally some I would call them wormholes for problems. So yes, I agree with you. It's difficult, but I think it's unavoidable. So I think we had the Q&A session already, and I think that's also very good. Is there any last question? Because I think we are all we're just 3 minutes. We are just 3 minutes over the limit. One. Yes, I take that clock. We are just in time. Okay. Thank you very much. And now it will be my colleague Cyril Rosé who will continue with risk assessment and so on.
Is there a question from the floor? Yeah, please, Costantino.
Just one question to the contracted activities in case of the contractor is the Civil Aviation Authority. For example, the National Agency of Cybersecurity certificate entities.
But if you are speaking of qualified entities,
yes, qualified entities by National Agency of Cybersecurity, it is not qualified under Part IS, but under national law.
Well, if you are,
my question is, who upset or control this this rule between the contracted authorities, the civil aviation authorities, and the contracted entities?
Okay, so the information security management system at the authority is not subject to approval, but will be subject to standardization inspections like other activities that are falling under the responsibilities of an authority. And during standardization inspection, we will check how the perimeter is defined and how the risks are managed by the authority.
Okay, in this case, during the standardization, you, as EASA, may finding something to this agreement, I suppose.
We will see how contracted activities are managed by the authority.
Okay.
So we have exactly the same requirement in this case.
Thank you.
So good morning, Cyril Rosé, Senior Expert Cybersecurity in Aviation, EASA. And I will continue the subject initiated by Jean-Paul on the threat identification and risk management. The one why I say I will continue is because in the scope, identification of the ISMS, it's also a part of the risk assessment. You will need to identify all the elements of the organization that can be exposed to information security risk, and that may have an impact on safety. Again, I will insist. We will several times come back to that, and it's really about safety. So here, in the what's called the fil rouge slide, it's in ISOR 205, in where you have to implement security risk management, and also to treat and to operate the program. So, yeah. Again, this is a reminder. It's all about safety. I think this slide, you will see it several times during the presentation, but we want to see the difference between information security threats and how they materialize possibly into safety consequences. So I will quickly go back again on these different elements. So the first thing to do is to go through. So the scope identification for the SMS is also the element that you can use for your risk assessment and to identify the assets that you have to consider. You can create a preliminary impact assessment, and so you look at the possible impact on your assets of the threats that you have to identify. So again, the question of do you need a catalog for that, or do you have to figure out? I know it will not be easy, and also we don't have criteria to ensure that you've covered everything. So when do you stop? This probably needs some further guidance. And also the interfaces with other organizations. This is again where you share risk and threats with other organizations. Here, maybe I can come back slightly to the point with the product, because something that was also several times discussed during the development of the AMC and guidance material is when you are an airline and you receive a product, an aircraft, you have to trust what has been done by the manufacturers. The manufacturer is coming with certificate of airworthiness. So you don't challenge the airworthiness from the safety side. You take it. You don't redo. You don't flight test again. You don't. But so for information security, it's a bit the same. So they have been certified. So it means that all the activities have been conducted on the product, on the interface on the product, with a lot of assumptions. Assumptions are similar to these interfaces. There are stuff that at moment of initial airworthiness of the aircraft we don't know, or we know that we cannot cover from the manufacturer point of view. So these assumptions after that have to be ensured through the operation of the aircraft. And I joined Jean-Andrea, think that this will be part of the continual airworthiness activities, based on the instructions that are provided by the manufacturers. And again, a type certificate will give you a picture of a product at the moment. Can be a green aircraft without seats, without SATCOM, without in-flight entertainment system. But so what you will take is credit from what has been done at the moment of the type certificate. You will have after that supplemental or modification, and every time there is a reassessment that is done on the new installation on modification. Okay. But the idea is not to redo an assessment from the airline on the system, to do penetration testing on the system from the airline perspective. You have to trust what has been done and transmit it to you through this certificate. Yes, so here just after that, when you identify the release scope, you can ensure that you have everything, that all the assets have been identified. So from OR 205, these are the different elements that you can find in the rule. So you have to classify the risk having potential impact on safety, again, in accordance with the predefined classification. So here you see there's some element about what we call non-ATS provider. It's something that came because of a rule on air traffic service provider and non-air traffic service provider. We have a different way to assess safety. The non-ATS provider, they're not allowed basically to do safety assessment or something like this. It's only they don't have the capacity to that. So this is why we have to clarify this point in the rule. Then you have to associate the risk to element or the interface in the scope of the risk assessment and establish the risks that need to be treated. So to prioritize basically. In the MC, you have detail on how to, how can I just have to click on the, yeah, so in the MC, you will have the element some guidance to provide to perform the risk assessment. For example, the organization should use a risk management framework that includes a methodology for assigning risk with a risk level and establish criteria for determining risk acceptance for further treatment. And to go back here. Yes. Also, what would be the required periodicity for the risk assessment? Is something that have to be regular or that to be triggered by changes? And yes, and we also address the special case of safety support organizations, so the one that they can provide safety support, but they can develop their own safety assessment. And in guidance material, you have a reference to known standard for risk assessments, comparability of risk assessment, because it's also something that it's an important part of. We want to be sure that you may have different mechanism to develop a risk assessment, but we want at the end to have something consistent. That if you look at the functional chain. The notion of functional chain is also explained in the MC. Let's say an end-to-end communication between an ATCO and a traffic controller and the pilot in the aircraft via data link. So here you will go through different layers, different security management system, different way to perform the risk assessment, but we want to have a consistent something that can be comparable. If at the end something that goes wrong from security perspective in this functional chain can provoke an accident, we want to be sure that they all have something consistent in managing a high risk. Yes.
Fine. Okay. Thank you. The example you take, is it really applicable to Part IS? So the example, operational use case with ATC to the aircraft, that is also depicted in the AMCGM. Would you consider this type of example as applicable to the Part IS?
Example applicable. It's an example that illustrates how Part IS can be applicable to different entities that are involved in one functional chain. Yes.
But this is not an organization.
No, it's fine. It's an example, it's an illustration on how Part IS is implemented in different organizations that are along the functional chain.
Yeah, but I can hardly I can hardly map it to real DOA example for in my understanding, DOA example would be more the activities managing some design data, creating some design data, but not operational use case. In-flight use cases, which would be more related to CS25 or.
And I think I've got two examples after that to illustrate the different types of operation, including yes, it's one that can be design related. So if you wait a bit, we can go we can go through that. Yeah. So in the IMC. In the IMC, you will have for the risk assessment the descriptions of different steps that you will need to go through. So identify the scope, we already seen that. Identify the risk, evaluate the current security control that are in place, and determine then the risk level. And from that, you can prioritize and develop then an action plan and next will be also to review the activities, but that's in another population. Any question in the chat? Do you have any comments so far on this slide?
If someone online wants the floor, please unmute yourself and ask the question.
Okay, so when you talk about potential impact, you have potential impact and also the feasibility of the attack. So potential impact, we have defined in EMC 3 severity: high, medium, moderate, and low. So high, the consequence means that the person is fatally or seriously injured, the aircraft sustained damage or structural failure, or the aircraft is missing or completely inaccessible. This also to illustrate the point from Jean-Paul that the aircraft is really the last point of defense. It's really what we care at the end. And a moderate severity is when safety incident other than an accident associated with the operation of an aircraft, which affect or could affect the safety of the operation. And low, basically, there are negligible safety consequences. Below, I did something coming from ED 201. ED 201 is a workplace standard developed by Group 72. I see a lot of members of this working group here present also, so you know what I'm talking about. But we developed a table that allows this mapping that I mentioned before about the different risk comparability. So, for example, for ED 203A, which is product related, so how to protect the aircraft. We have no safety effect, minor, major, catastrophic, and hazardous. We have 5, but we can put them into something that can be compared with the classification table that you can find here, or that you can also find in the ED 201. You have also what is about ED 205A, which is about ground systems certification. So that's also a tool that allows to compare when we talk about impact, that we have a common language. Basically, to say, in short, it's coming from Annex 13. So to avoid accidents, of course, we want to avoid accident. We want to reduce incident to an acceptable level. And when it's legitimate, we say, okay, that we can do this.
I have one question about one question about this table, which is straightforward, understood. Which is the reason behind the decision not to align with the usual catastrophic hazardous measure minor? Because I tell you the difference, the difficulty that will trigger this table is that as you are talking safety assessment are generally made within the worthiness environment and are made based on these 4 categories. Having those one into, I think it is AMC, into the AMC, I understand that there is a correlation, but there is an additional layer of difficulty to correlate this table here with what we have into the existing EMC used from decades. So is there something rational behind the decision you made not to use the existing table?
Yes, rational. The 5 levels you mentioned, that you can find also A, B, C, D, E in software assurance level, for example, and other frameworks, are mainly very well known, yes, in the aviation sector for products. But in the scope of information security, you will have a lot of different organizations that have nothing to do with that. And this is why it was discussed and not decided, but agreed to simplify it, to have a more common language based on Annex 13, which is talking about accident. We don't want accident. Everybody understands that. And an accident is basically a hazardous and catastrophic point. You don't need to go into the detail. We avoid aviation accident. You will also have something that is coming. I think we didn't mention it yet, but we have in Europe in particular other frameworks that are coming out from the Commission, from EASA. You have regulation also on organizations, so the NIS2 directive, and also you have the Cyber Resilience Act. In the Cyber Resilience Act, you have also it's also a framework for product security, and they come also with three levels. So for me, I will not concur immediately saying that it will be more complicated for people use to this 5 level to adapt to the 3 level, because this table were developed already 2 years ago, and they seems to it's easier to put catastrophic and hazardous into the high category than trying to split high category into several, depending on every framework, because we don't know the other framework. So if I come back to the Cyber Resilience Act, they will come also with a 3 level, which we tried already exercise, and they basically match.
Yeah.
And we use more and more products coming from the industries that are nothing to do with aviation. And if this Cyber Resilience Act, I don't know in 5 years how it will be, but it could be that product having an impact on security will have to have this label. So the label, I think, is gold, silver, and bronze, which means also high, medium, and low, and that correspond to, from product perspective, if you compare ED203A and they want to use something similar to the common criteria. We did the exercise and we found that it's also matches. So I don't want to go too much into the detail, but basically it's easier to go into the direction of simplifying and to focus on what is really important. So accident, incident, and negligible effect, then to have a 5 level. But we will see again at the beginning for software development, for software level. I don't say I remember because I was not there at this time. There were only 3 levels, and the industry asked for the highest level, maybe to because it was really demanding to decouple a bit and to make the difference between catastrophic and hazard. So it was really
in fact, the main difficulty we'll have will be for the hazardous, because you put automatically hazardous into the high. I could start challenging and put it into the moderate, and this might have a significant consequence from the risk assessment. That's why I was asking. But okay, I understood the rationale behind it. Thank you.
But if you look also at the objectives from catastrophic and hazardous in several frameworks, like the software or the design assurance level, they are very close, very, very close. The number of objectives that you have to implement are very close. So this is why it's well. After that, we can discuss.
I tell you this because yes, they are very close, but they are not the same. And catastrophic is 10-9, and hazardous 10-7. So if you put it into a safety assessment, you might conclude I don't need to do an action, or I need to do an action. I'm just going to the extreme. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah.
Well, I have a quick question too. For kind of going back just about the aircraft assessment, you mentioned obviously as an operator don't necessarily have to look at what the airworthiness provider or the design organization did. However, if you don't know what they did for an assessment or what their assumptions were when they got that, how are you able as an operator to look at your assets that maybe connect to it, let's say a laptop or something else, and determine whether or not a safety impact on that or an impact on that device will have an impact of safety for the aircraft without knowing? Is that something that there's an assumption that you'll have that conversation with the design organization to help make that determination?
Yeah. No, thank you. You're totally right. But so you will have the assumptions and how to you as an operator, how to ensure that these assumptions are implemented. You will have that by what the manufacturer will provide you in the instruction for continual worthiness.
If they provide you, if they provide you any instructions in the first place, but if they don't, is that the assumption that there is no safety impact for any systems connecting?
They have to, so it's part of the certification of the airworthiness process.
They have to only for recent aircraft, not for legacy aircraft, and that's the key question.
That's a quick question for some manufacturers, maybe, but not for all. Romuald tries to speak for.
Yeah. So do you confirm that we have to mitigate a risk which have a moderate severity?
Let me continue then.
Yeah.
So after that, you have the severity and what you call the potential of occurrence. Call it likelihood, probability, whatever you want, but this is the idea before. It's something that high potentiality, something that is likely to occur. The attack related to the threat is feasible, and similar threat scenarios have occurred already many times in the past. So it means that it's really likely. A medium potentiality is unlikely to occur. The attack related to the threat is possible, and a similar threat may have occurred in the past. And the low, it's very unlikely to occur. The materialization is theoretically possible. Always can challenge a scenario. However, it is not known to have occurred. So again, here we did the exercise to try to map several levels of threat in different framework, from the ED203 from EuroKA, from the NIST, ED205 from the ground system, and this classification table to be able to compare the different risk assessment between organizations if they are coming from the ground system, from product manufacture system or other frameworks.
There is a question from Daniela Vasileva. If you want to unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I have two questions. First one is because you mentioned previously that there is a cross-reference with the ISO standard 27001. Are you aware that there is a new version of the standard which was adopted last year? So this cross-reference is with respect to the older version and not very useful, because in the new version there are new controls and everything has changed. And my second question is, all the time you are speaking about safety risk assessment. So I cannot find the relationship with information security risk assessment, because the two approaches are quite different. And when you talk about hazards, I'm really confused, because in information security we have threats and vulnerabilities. We don't have hazards. And I don't see the whole path since the beginning. How do you relate security with safety? It's not clear. And also speaking about safety impact assessment further in the text is really confusing. I don't see the practical application of this material. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the ISO, yes, we are aware for the 2022. And we've seen, yes, the 5, by the way, 5x5 matrix of risk acceptance in the new ISO. But yes, I didn't explore further how it can fit into this. That will be probably an exercise that will have to be conducted maybe in EuroKA Working Group 72. But Stefan is not listening, so. And you can take that one, yes.
Regarding the table in the GM, consider the drafting material finished in December, and there is when the ISO 27000 update came out. So if you say that is useless, I may agree one point in the future, because then we are assuming that all organization that has been certified assist ISMS under 27001 2013 immediately change on the 1st of January. I'm not sure. So let us digest the 22 standard, and then we will update the reference table. If you find that in the meantime the table has some gaps, well, you can do the work yourself. You can be my guest.
There is a further question from Sebastien Coulmont. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, so Sebastian for ACI Europe. I think we're touching here a very important topic, the risk assessment, and making sure that we're not confusing ourselves in how, I'm talking about airports here, how airports are going to do this specific risk assessment. So I just wanted to make sure I understand correctly. If an airport has already done a safety risk assessment, where does the information security risk assessment will be something specific? And I'm using an example for this. So if you consider that a cybersecurity attack is likely going to cut down the power supply to the airport, how does the impact of such cybersecurity attack differs from a normal shutdown of the power supply for any other reason? As for safety, this risk of losing the power supply has already been accounted for in the safety risk assessment. So when we do the information security risk assessment, where does the current mitigation measures are included? My understanding is in the assessment of the probability of the risk. Therefore, there might be that a huge number of potential risks are already considered as very low or not having any impact on safety. How are we going to look at this during the implementation phase of Part IS? Thank you.
Of course, if you have already mapped safety risks and you may reflect on the sources of the event, let's say, that may cause a materialization of the risk from threat actors. So there might be the same effect, but coming from a different source. Then the next step, so you say basically that risk was already accounted for. Now we have an additional source, an additional cause in the scene that may cause the same impact. And then the second reasoning you made is that you already have countermeasures. Okay, so the next point is to evaluate if these mitigations, countermeasures that have been put in place are effective to counter that new cause. I may expect that in certain cases they will be effective. If you are lucky, maybe the majority of the cases, but there might be other situation where you need to do something more. So it is already very, very good to have done a thorough evaluation of safety risks, so you are fully aware of what could be affecting safety, and you may want to approach Part IS by try to fill the gap.
So yeah, in fact, we have several examples where it was a safety occurrences, and when we look at possible information security causes, we found out that then we understand the consequences. So you have an impact assessment from safety that is already present. This is very good. Use it. Just look at potential new threats, yes, coming from the information security. And as you mentioned, it's probably, yes, the acceptance will be based only on the evaluation of the potential of occurrence of this new threat. If it stays within the margin that you identify for the safety cases, or or is it a new risk that is more likely to occur, then maybe you will have to implement a new mitigation measure, preemptive or corrective, or maybe your safety ones already existing will be sufficient. But it's a very good point, because I've got 2 examples to come that I think may illustrate your question. But okay, so now again, a quick summary about the risk assessment. At the end, you can put that into a table risk assessment, where you have the potential impact and the potential of occurrence. And in the MC, you have incorporated also this table where we found areas that are not acceptable, the areas that are acceptable, and areas that are conditionally acceptable. But of course, this process works only if you have methodology that is really repeatable. If you have, for example, you take 2 personnel from your company doing a risk assessment, they have the same input, they should produce the same output. If they don't, mean that the assessment process is not very good, is not very stable, and that's really something that is a key for a risk assessment.
Cyril?
Yes.
I would like to come back to my initial question. So, regarding incident or medium risk, if you want, don't you think that there is a risk of inconsistencies between AMC for Part AS and other existing AMCs? I am thinking about notably AMC for the certification specification 29/3019, which excludes the risk which are major, okay? But it says we have only to consider hazardous on catastrophic effects. So don't you think that we have a risk regarding the risk which have a major effect?
For
rotorcraft, large rotorcraft, 29/3019 for large rotorcraft.
We have to look into the detail and look at what is conditionally acceptable. Yeah.
No, just to add on this, the acceptability matrix or the acceptability of the risk, if you come with other models, is to be proposed by the organization, and it goes through a negotiation with the authority. So this is very clear in the requirement. For the time being, we cannot have a real universal reference for the acceptance of risks in operations. This table here comes from a parallel reasoning. That is, how can we compare and discuss shared risks? So this is why we introduce this element by saying, in order to compare the risks, we propose to have a 3x3 matrix, so a 3x3 approach, at least, say, for the discussion with the organizations, interface organization. And to this extent, we, of course, elaborated on this, and we also proposed the acceptability. You are not forced to work for your internal exercise on this table here. This is not necessarily the reference that will be used when discussing with your authority, because there might be cases, the type of your operations that you're dealing with, the services, the products that you are offering, that may deserve a discussion about the acceptability criteria with the authority and may come up then within the discussion different results. Okay, so again, for the time being, we are in that gray area where there's no certainty about also I would say the common acceptability criteria or the societal expectation regarding acceptability of information security risks in organization. There's still something to do to come up with probably a table that can be also used for the categorization and then acceptance of risk at organization level. It's not the purpose of this, it's just say a direction, right? But it was too immature. This topic, even in our internal discussion, to try to provide something like I said that is universal, or could be universally accepted in our small universe of Part IS.
Thank you for this clarification. But for me, I do think that it is a very tricky point. Why? Because we are talking about sharing risk here. That is to say, if, for instance, as an OEM, I say my product is protected, notably against effects which could lead to incident, and finally, not the case because we have an AMC saying, okay, you don't have to tackle those kind of risk, then the operator could misinterpret that the product is secure, whereas it was not secure because not requested by the certification of the site. You see, so it's very important to have the good level of granularity. So it's the reason why I come back to a previous reaction in order that we are able to share our risk with something which is exploitable. And for me, it's not the case yet with what was proposed. So please work on again on this sharing risk table, which is very important. Thank you.
One solution on your end will be maybe to change the certification CS29 and 27.
No, thanks. No.
Please push in that direction, by the way, but not for me in particular. But, and then everything will realign. Yeah, no. Two examples to illustrate a bit this risk assessment. So I took one which is the data link I use, for example, for CPDLC and voice. So this is just a picture to illustrate the communication through the ground system, so using the infrastructure, internet, VDL service providers, SATCOM service providers, the NSP, and an airline. So this is the double the bow tie effect. I think the concept invented by Jean-Paul, if I'm not, is still under development, yes, but it starts to provide a good. So on the left, on the top is security related. So you can have, for example, a security threat. So in number, I put, for example, jamming of VHF systems that convey the CPDLC system. Man in the middle, so someone that is between, that is able to route some internet communication and able to tamper the data, do some injection, for example, in it. Or you have an insider threat that is able to disclose some confidential data. So that's different type of threat. Of course, I don't know the list. I don't have a catalog. It's just things that we put together. But probably there are others. So this goes into the security assessment. You have some preventive barrier, and they could be stopped at this point or not. If they are not, then it's become the top event security, and after that, they can be mitigated. So the jamming, for example, you have loss of CPLC used by voice on security perspective. Do you have mitigating measure? I'm not sure. So at the end, you can imagine that it will end into a security incident. If you lose the data link, if you are able to jam completely the different frequencies that are used for VDL in Europe, you will lose the function. So it's basically what you call it's a security incident that is a denial service for the VDL in Europe. So you're not able to communicate with the aircraft on this. So that's pure security. Yes, one question maybe.
Yeah, it's a really a basic question. For me, jamming is not cybersecurity.
Yes, okay. This is radio interference, I agree, but I use the term, so it could be a denial of service. It was just it's for sure it's radio interference. It's not cybersecurity, it's more the radio frequency part. But it's to illustrate a security impact, which is the service is disrupted because of an attack. It's not, for sure, a cybersecurity attack, but we can imagine other scenarios where you will end in the loss of the service. So, okay, if you want, forget the jamming and take a cybersecurity attack on the infrastructure that provides the service. At the end, you have the same effect. You lose the function. So what I wanted to illustrate is more as a security impact. This is, you have a security impact. It's not mitigated. And then it can go now into the safety assessment of the organization. So what is the impact of a loss of data link? Do you have a security, do you have a safety measure, preventive, but not in this case because it's already arriving at the moment where you don't have the system, but do you have mitigated barrier on the safety side? Yes, for example, you can say, yes, we have still other means to communicate with the aircraft. Can be also frequency, so purely voice VHF. You will have some consequences that can be, for example, the diminishing of the capacity around an airport region. Now, when it comes, for example, for injection attack, if we go through all the security path, you will have a security incident that will be that forged data are presented, for example, to the pilot or to the air traffic controller. If I'm able, for example, to reroute some Asterix messages and to create surveillance data, so it's not data link here, but it's a bit similar. You can create new spots on the aircraft that does not exist, or you can suppress them, similarly to an incident that we had. So you have forged data that are presented to the pilot or to the air traffic controller, and then that's a security incident. What is the impact on safety? Well, it will depend, of course, on the mitigative barrier that the NSP will have implemented or not. So I don't know, but you can imagine that it can lead to an incident, to a safety incident, or eventually to an accident. Any question on this figure? Does it clarify a bit the interrelation between how a security incident can stay simply just a security incident? A security incident can be managed as a security incident, but sometimes it can also overlap on the safety part of the function. Mathieu? No, I thought you had.
I have a question because during the certification of the aircraft, the loss of the data link or the misleading on data link is already taken into account. So it's not really, I don't think it's the best part IS example because it's really product-centric. And in this case, it's already covered by the certification, whatever the cause of the loss or the misleading.
The data link is taken into account to the safety assessment during the product certification. Yes, but you don't know after that how the scenario are implemented. You just said that, for example, the data link is major, or for example, the communication is major because you have you have mitigation techniques on the safety side. anyway, it's really to illustrate that. So take this data link as an example, but it could have been surveillance data. It could have been just to show. I don't want to describe a real process. I just want to illustrate through this example how something that is a security event turned into a security incident, and how it can be after that a spillover the safety management system, the safety management process.
I think more accurate examples would be around data loading or software loading, because these are more close to let's see. Because it's more close, because today the incidents we have to deal with are I detected a virus on a PDA, I plugged it on the aircraft, and what are the consequences?
Yeah.
This is more part IS.
You will see in AMC and you will have 4 examples, but of course are very good. So it's always difficult to select the best example, because in fact real life that shows us that there were easier ones. On production organization means in fact it's not. It can be the production of an aircraft, by the way. If you look at it, if I'm able to tamper with data that are injected in the CATIA system, and the CATIA system ends into parts on an aircraft, I would say it will be very difficult to assess the safety consequences on that, talking about the granularity. But it's typically it's a whole supply chain. No? So here, for example, again, I use the same denial of service, man in the middle, injection attack, and confidentiality. So, for example, confidential data are made public. So, a denial of service means that if I go more into the detail of the example, it's an organization that produces the data that are used by the pilot. Let's say navigation data. Navigation data. Navigation data. I produce this data. I've got a denial service on my system. I cannot update, and the airline, they try to connect and they cannot update. It lasts some days, and they cannot update. So here you have a security incident, which is denial of service. No software, no database update. That's the incident. Only consequences known, by the way, by the supplier is this incident. I'm not able now to update, to deliver the data. Then you look on aviation safety side, the airlines. I cannot update the data until when can it work, until my aircraft start to be unworthy. If I don't have, for example, the latest navigation database. So then you start to reduce the safety margin. You start to disrupt the aircraft operation. Could be that at some point the airworthiness of the aircraft could be put into question. And ultimately, you may reach a point where you can have an unsafe condition. If you look at another service, the NOTAM, if you cannot provide the NOTAM destination, will you let an aircraft taking off without the latest information on the airport where the NOTAM are not available? Is it safe? So the FAA, for example, decided that it was not safe and preferred to ground the aircraft and to let, of course, the aircraft that took off to land. So, yes, this is one of the, how many examples? I think we have 4 examples in the AMC where you can look, or you can change, of course, but it's just a way to show the spillover of the information security on the
Yeah, I have one question about the 2 examples, because the part IS talk about information security. Today, you talk about information security, and for the two examples, you show software, you show data loading, you show hardware of electronic equipment. So I will put a very basic question. My company does landing gears, which is a massive piece of structure. Is it implied by the part IS? If yes, in which way?
You are using, I suppose, development tools.
Yeah.
These development tools are on piece of hardware and software.
Yeah.
And data.
Yeah, that's the origin of my initial question about granularity, because if I can demonstrate that the existing information security protection system is protecting in general the CATI or whichever system we are using, will it be enough to say we are in the scope of the part yes and we are compliant?
It's exactly the point where you have to see that if someone is able to alter data of my landing gear, what is ultimately, so after that you maybe have to ask aircraft suppliers, say if they're able to tamper with the data of my landing gear, what is the maximum potential safety effect? If we tell you that it's major or maximum because on my aircraft I've got reverse, I've got other systems, then maybe you have to look at the likelihood of this type of attack occurring and say, okay, then I'm within the margin. But if I tell you that it's catastrophic and that you're then maybe you have to reinforce to make it more difficult to I don't know. It depends on the safety consequences of the security incident on your development tools.
Okay, thank you.
I think we had this discussion within the group. That's why I'm quite at ease with this topic, because we discussed quite at length with Dassault and Katia and development tools. That was exactly this type of a concept. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, one question, please. Also, when we speak about safety, we are speaking usually about one item which is failing. Consider, of course, there are some common mode analysis and so on, but usually one item is failing, and we consider that the second one will not fail within the same time. But with security, we can impact a complete fleet. So I assume that in the risk analysis also, the level of gravity that we could consider at the safety analysis purely will maybe higher if we consider the global impact of an information incident. Do you confirm?
Yeah. So two things again: product and large organizations. Product. So what you mentioned, the cascading effect of the failure in the system. It's, I would say, more product related. Although an infrastructure also, it can be not cascading but deliberate. Multi-target, yes, but so okay, for the product, this is taken into account. Yes, it's a part of the common mode. If you have a common library, OpenSSL, for example, that protects all the means of protection, you have a common mode. If you are able to find a vulnerability in it, you break the security barrier of several components. For the capability, the possibility to access several aircraft, a big number. It's a good example. I'm able to attack digital twins of an aircraft. I just have, instead of attacking the aircraft, I just go to the server and then I manipulate the digital twins. I can imagine I can touch the fleet. Yeah, but this is more at the organization level. You cannot do that at component level or product level. So the organization level, of course, have to take this into account. That if in case of breach, it increases the impact. It's not one aircraft, maybe 10, 100. And for ground systems, it will be the NSP or so to say, the manager of the airspace to take this into account. For example, if they are able to attack the surveillance system and the communication system, then yes, use the airspace. So it's there to identify what are the common parts and to protect them accordingly. Yeah, we are running out of time. It's an important topic. It's one of the yes.
Good morning, everyone. Delegated Martins from Council Cyber Task Force. I just want to make two quick remarks. The first one is that we need to use consistently the terms hazard and threat for safety and for security. And also we need to use consistently the terms barriers for safety and controls for security. That's the first comment. The second comment, it appears to me that your risk assessment, as you explain it, and maybe it's my fault, is a static risk assessment. This is not useful for security and for information security. Even if you don't change anything, your security risk and your attack surface will change all days. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, noted. Terminology is the first element that we addressed during the development of AMC guidance material, so we are very careful with that. Well, at some point we reach a consensus on that, and I think the vocabulary that is used in the AMC guidance material were the result of this quite lengthy discussions and consensus. So we'll take, after that, don't forget that you have a commented period and that you can comment the text itself. I will quickly finish by the second part, the second part, which is in fact to threat the risk, and for that it's in AROR 210 the requirement to ask to address what you have identified in 205, that everyone in the organization is informed, and that also the interface organizations are informed as well. In the MC, you will have the establishment of the risk treatment based on the priority, based in fact on the risk, the high risk first and medium risk then. That you have also the objectives and an agreed timeline to address, to treat the risk. That also that you implement continuous effectiveness, and that you do not introduce a new risk by solving security risk. In the guidance material, you will find means to reduce the risk, to monitor it, also the configuration management aspect, and contracted service and supply chain. I think it is the end. If you have some questions.
Please, one question.
I also don't see anyone requesting the floor from the chat, so okay, sorry.
From the beginning, for the risk treatment, it said that it shall be proportional to the measures should be proportional to the risk, and how we will negotiate the question of proportionality, how we will agree between organization and authorities what is proportionate. Because we have experiences of cases where authorities may not agree either with us or between them for the same product, depending on the country. So, and not speaking about security, just safety. So here, proportionate is a very generic term, and it's a very open door to discussions.
Yes, I think I can confirm that we will have not maybe case by case this discussion, but I think this why it's left a bit open. It will be your authority and the competent authority. One.
I mean, I can talk from the point of view of the DOAs, when EASA is the competent authority, I mean, when it says proportional to the impact on safety, I mean, depending on the risk that you identify and how much consequences could have on safety, we would expect that the mitigation measures and the actions taken would be proportional and mitigate that. And of course, we will have to have a discussion, and it will be a case by case. In the case of DOAs, EASA is the competent authority. We don't have national aviation authorities, but those DOAs, probably those organizations, they also have a DOA. And in those cases, maybe the national authority is involved. At that point, there will always be some conflict because not everybody will have the same interpretation. I mean, and this is something we cannot avoid. I mean, we can try to reduce that. We can have coordination activities with NAS, but at the end, we cannot avoid that every authority has their own responsibility and they may have a different opinion. So this is something we cannot avoid.
Yeah, we had another question about the confidentiality of risk. Safety risks are different from security risk. Usually knowing the security risk is opening the door to exploitation of the security risk. So there's nothing in the LC as far as I read it on this subject.
Yes, I think a good point also for reporting. We have, it's a point that we will have to address the confidentiality, but there are mechanisms to ensure that the information is known only by the organization that needs to know. There was Stefan also. Yeah.
So I think for the proportionalities, we are working on a standard within EuroK, which is supposed to identify some more details of what is the right way of showing compliance. One of the things that we'd asked for was having that text on proportionality to make it clear is we don't treat every organization to say everyone has to have the super deluxe, everything best security expensive if the risk is lower. So we want to actually bring in that kind of scaling like we do for safety. We don't say when we design aircraft, everything has to be DAL A because that would be too expensive. We bring in that proportionality. But that, to answer the what does it actually mean to have proportionality, that is one of the things we want to cover in the industry standard, is to be able to say, here's our proposals, at least in industry standard, this is what it would mean of what is considered to be good security for an organization if you have to handle the catastrophic case versus major versus minor. I forgot what the terms were, the accident, incident, and aspect. So that's why it was our request to have the text proportionality, but we couldn't answer that because it does require a lot of details on what it would be to say what to show with it. So I hope that kind of answers, and I can only just make that advertising as please join EuroK. Please join EuroK Working Group 72 for to help shape and try to identify what are all the different aspects of what we could consider as being able to show appropriate proportionality of security. Yeah.
Yes, again, on this proportionate way, you have organized pilots for the DOA, which is a very good initiative. I was wondering if you may be encouraging a CAA to do pilots in their perimeter of responsibility, with you being able to advise or coordinate the lesson learned for the CAA pilots.
The answer is yes. Just for everyone to know, we have launched a task force for implementation of Part IS with all the authorities, which had its first meeting yesterday. And one of the proposals that we made to the authorities was exactly to identify potential candidates to run their own pilot projects in their states. So this is something that is being done. And now I would like also to give the floor to Velimir from Bulatsa.
Nice to hear all of you. I got a question about the systematic approach and then the Plan to Check Act referral in the AMC and GMs. The first one states that we need to use systematic approach. And perhaps it is some kind of identify the most efficient means of gathering consistent and optimal. And then shortly after that, it's referred to the PDCA, which is a process approach. Confused by all this cross.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Please.
Excuse me, my microphone has to make some problems. And after the picture, they implement and operate picture, which supposed to cover the plan and do part, but not the other one. The check and act.
Sorry, we couldn't hear your question, so you either repeat it or write it to me, and then I will read it aloud.
Yes, I will write it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Что не ми се чува микрофончето?
Okay. Then so we wait for Velimir to write. In the meantime, I would like to inform you that lunch is ready outside here. Maybe we can answer him immediately after lunch break.
From Greece.
Okay, sorry, there is a question coming.
Yes, just a question about the first example in CPDLC potential attack through jamming. It was being mentioned that jamming maybe is not a cyber attack. So it's clear for me if it is considered a cyber attack or not, and if we take that into account.
So radio frequency interference are not part of the remit of information security. It's part of you have another agency for that, radio spectrum. I think in every country they manage this kind of interferences. In the example, it was I should have called it denial of services endpoint, but that was the idea to show that you have different means to deny a service, including the cutting the wires or setting up a fire, which are not cybersecurity. So jamming, no, is not part of. It's not considered as information security issue, more radio frequency spectrum one.
Okay.
Dedicated services for that.
Okay. Sorry, I think it is time to break the discussion. Otherwise, we are going to not only to starve, but also to be unable to meet our timeline in the afternoon. So we break here for lunch. People in the room, you can find it in the lobby. Let's say we come back at 13:40.
Okay.
And sorry for cutting the break by 5 minutes, but this is the maximum we can do. Thank you. Also, colleagues connected from remote, we are about to restart. So just a refresher on the rules for those that are from remote. If you want to have the floor, please ask the floor in the chat. It's impossible for me otherwise to to note who wants to have the floor. And here in the room, please raise your hand. So as said before the break, we received a question from Velimir from Bulatsa. And so I give the floor to Davide to answer the question.
Well, I try to read the question, maybe summarizing it. The question is about the Plan, Do, Check, Act approach referred in the GM1, ISAR 200 or 200, and the representation of the Part IS requirements from an ISMS life cycle perspective. So the representation where we have emphasize elements in the implementation phase and element in the operation phase. Those schemes or those representation may have some touching points, but they've been produced for different purposes. So the Plan, Do, Check, Act has been referred in the GM as a way to implement continuous improvement. There are other approaches to continuous improvement. Plan, Do, Check, Act is a well-known one. And of course, in ISO management system, it's really embedded with the management system itself. Whereas the other picture representing the implementation and the operation, that was also briefly discussed due to the questions, has another objective. It was meant to make more evident those elements that will require the organization to work on during the initial implementation. So we try to put ourselves in the shoe of the organization or an authority, because we also have to do it. And are the first elements that will be then analyzed and considered for compliance. And then there are others that will continue to come up to the surface during the operation. So we have already said that everything is required not to be compliant, but we can expect that at the beginning there will be more effort in order to identify the scope or to define the framework for risk management, to implement the reporting schemes, internal and external. And then, well, the aircraft will be ready to be flown. And in operation, this aircraft, imaginary aircraft, no, our system compliant to Part IS, will be operated. And finally, at the very end of the image on the rightmost side, we also included the link between the operations or the operational life and the implementation. That is, in fact, the continuous improvement. So continuous improvement is a systematic approach itself to check if what has been implemented works as expected, and if not, it will require most likely to go back to review certain aspects of the implementation. So for a certain period of time, there should be kind of suspension of the current practices in order to reflect again on what went wrong or can be improved, and a small element of implementation will be repeated through normally, in fact, a Plan, Do, Check, Act approach. So this is the link between the two pictures. I hope with this I answered. If not, or if you need more information, please comment the material, and we will try to make improvements to the provided AMC and GM to make it more clear.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Davide. We continue with the program of the afternoon. We have now the block on incident management and reporting. So Cyril Rosé will do the part on incident management, and Jeringu will do the part on reporting. Over to you, Cyril.
Thank you, Andrea. So incident management and reporting. Incident management reporting, this is where you can find it in the part IS, implement, so planning, it's in OR 215, and operate, so perform the detection, response, and recovery in OR 220, or its equivalent for competent authority in 215. So in 220, I will just talk about that. In the rule, you have to requirement to detect incidents and vulnerability with potential safety impact. Again, it's always about safety. Response to situations that may develop into information security incident, and recover from information security incident. In the AMC, you will find means to detect incident and vulnerabilities, either by own means or external sources. Internal analysis, so also to conduct analysis to check if the event is suspicious and then what has potential impact. Take into account, of course, the combination of events. To do vulnerability management, identify internal and external stakeholders, and also to implement recovery procedures. In guidance material, we will have information on what is contained. So when do you consider that an attack is contained, and element to develop recovery procedures, objectives, and some element of timing in it, and how to return to a safe and secure state. So this, for example, it's an illustration. It's not, again, it's a material that we can talk for, I guess, for hours about that. But what it represents is you have, for example, at some point, an incident. So the safety level, you see, so on the scale, you have the time and the safety level. At some point of time, the safety level is reduced by the incident itself, and then it continues to decrease with the time until something is done. And when it starts to be unacceptable, you have to implement the controls that allows you to go back to recovery. And this is why you have this shape, so brutal drop because of the incident. If you do nothing, it continues to go down, and after that, you implement security control. Of course, you don't have vertical recovering, but you have also a recovery that is asymptotic to the nominal status. Nominal state. So, and the figure also shows the expected effect that the mitigation and control should have, respectively, in containing the operational safety drop, in fact, as soon as the incident occurs. So you can see then the drop without security control and what the security control can provide. So yeah, so one caveat about this graphical representation. There may be a lot of different relation between the level of operation and safety, depending on the organization. And also, in certain cases, you have a delay between the incident and the impact on safety. It's not something that is always brutally represented in this slide. For example, you can have a compromised development of the environment, and then the effect can be months later when the result appears in in the component in the product. Any reaction to this? I think it was a good timing to present it because just after lunch. So incident management in part IS, in fact, you have it in the ISO 220. A question? Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, you can come back to the previous slide. So do you have a similar graph for whenever a vulnerability happens? Because that is also something that needs to be reported.
Yes. Extrapolated from this, yes. So DJ, you have from the moment you discover vulnerability or from the moment a vulnerability is introduced into a system, because that's also two different things. You can have years.
So that's why I was asking whether that is something that can be provided, because I think the graph could probably look different.
So yeah, we have something in stock, but not in the AMC guidance material. No. But we yes,
yeah.
It's a reflection about the time 0 day time.
Yeah, maybe I'm stating the obvious. We do not have a graph on the vulnerabilities, but we have other two examples made with the same references in the axis, so safety level and time and incident. Yes, maybe if you open the Excel of the document, we can see just to provide some other extreme cases, no? When you have a delayed effect, maybe that could be related to vulnerabilities, but that remain latent and then are exploited and they materialize. But like I said, they were not produced with that in mind. And the other graphic where there is an incident and it's immediately completely mitigated by the controls, and without controls it could have had an impact. And that refers to two very short examples in the GM.
The blue line is when the mitigation works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Those cases and the mitigation those work.
Thank you. Yes. So here. Just again a record of the slide presented by Davide, where the different color coding show you where it's coming from NIST, from the implementing rule, from ISO. So this is what we consider covers incident management in part IS. So you have the detection, response, recovery of incidents, the internal reporting, external reporting, response funding by the authorities, and also implementing authority measure as immediate reaction to incident of vulnerabilities, which is not in part IS, but it's modified in other regulations. So what is incident management in short? Again, I recall that it's about safety. Yeah? It's a cybersecurity incident, data breach, and cyber attacks that can have serious consequences for organizations of all sizes. And that can, so an incident can lead to financial losses, damages to reputation, legal and regulatory liabilities, but also for us, what is important for us is on safety. So incident response is a critical component of an effective cybersecurity strategy. It refers to the process of detecting, investigating, responding to cybersecurity events. And an effective incident response will help the organization to minimize the impact of an incident, as we showed in the previous graph, contain the damage, and quickly resume, as quick as possible, and resume normal operation. If you are prepared and you have a clear plan in place, then I think you can, hopefully you can respond to incidents in a timely and effective manner. If you wait for the incident, of course, to occur, and then decide what to do, then it's too late. And so it's called disaster management and not incident management. So in this presentation, I will quickly go through the key components of incident response, which are prepare, detect, contain, and recover. And Yeah, so I think this is a redo. What I wanted to show is that from 2, 3, and 4 recover, you have a link also with the reporting. You detect, depending on what you detect, you may have to report it. You contain, you also have to report that it was contained and how it was contained and what eventually went out. And also when it recover, you also have to say that okay, incident is problem. And this is a link with the next part of the incident management, which is the reporting. Jerry will develop more in detail.
Thank you, Cyril. Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Gould. I'm one of the senior experts here, and I'm going to cover the part related to incident reporting. So we will talk about incident reporting internal as well as external. So therefore, how do I move one? Okay, I can do it like this. Oh, here. Okay, thanks. So first of all, before I get into this slide, I will just show you what is it that we're talking about. So there'll be like 3 pillars within Part IS. So this is just to give you an overview of what is in Part IS when it comes to reporting. So you have one pillar which is related to the authority. So this would be then the Annex 1. And then you have another pillar which is then related to the internal reporting for the organizations, and the other one which is reporting external for the organizations. So the Part IS AR 200, so this one requests for you to have internal, let's say, reporting. So one will be related to the fact that the organizations that you have will be reporting to your national authority. And then this national authority later on most probably will be reporting them to us. But the thing which is interesting is the other part, is the part relating to the organization requirements. So you have the 215, which is requiring you then to have internal reporting scheme. So there we're pretty flexible. Very often this requirement is covered by the ISO 2700X. So we have it, let's say, around 99%, which is covered by the ISOs. And then you have the other pillar, which is the 230, which is the external reporting for the organization. And this external reporting, it is then requested to have a link then to the competent authority. So now I can go back to the AMCs and the GMs. So in the implementing rule, so this one is for, yes, here for 215, what is requested is to collect and evaluate information security events. So that means identify the incidents and vulnerabilities with potential safety impact. So as my colleagues were saying earlier, you have to make the assessment to see the impact that it has on safety. And then the next step is distribute information internally. So internally to your organization. It could also mean that you might have organizations that have various sub-organizations. So it means that within your organization, you have to be able to distribute this information. And then the other one is collect reports also from the supply chains. Because we had discussions to see if we should be putting the supply chains or not. And we came with the answers that yes, it's needed, because we, from the cyber threat intelligence team from the answer, we were able to see in the past that very often there were threat actors that use the weakening to be able to get to the victim. So that means that very often they will then target these small companies, and then they get their way to the let's say infrastructure of the bigger companies actually also some necessary to improve the supply chains.
I have one question, maybe. When you talk about reporting information on, do you mean on information security incident, or do you mean on information security events that might impact safety?
I mean, for us as EASA would be that might impact safety. Okay.
So I come to my second question. In this case, if I'm a production organization approval, I do not. Does it mean that I will have to refer to the existing regulation that says I have to ask my TC holder, the design organization approval, if it is a safety event or not? I have to follow this scheme, which means that the information security is one of the events that can happen, and I follow the same scheme.
Yes, it is that if you're under your design assurance or DOA, you have to report or you have to inform them, and they will inform us. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. There's a question about it. Okay.
Good evening. Are you aware that in systems that we have in production, there are thousands of vulnerabilities? And how do you recommend us to do that analysis? Thanks.
How are you processing? How are you proceeding today?
We are detecting the vulnerabilities with the CM SOC, and we are identifying them and mitigating them to security patchings.
And do you have any type of reporting scheme?
Yes, we have to our competent authority for cybersecurity, which is the National Cybersecurity Center.
Exactly. I think that's not more than what we are required when it comes to internal.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Just one other question. The report, external report, is planned to be integrated with a KIRS system. In this case, some harmonization of taxonomy is preview or not. And second step, the share of the report is share also with the CERT national and the EU CERT.
Those are very two good questions. So the first one was related to ACAS, right? Right. So this would be for your national authority to define, how you report to them. If you would like to use that tool, of course, we, from the EASA perspective, we do use ACAS, and we're also using ACAS too. But it would be rare that you'll be reporting directly to us. You will report to your competent authority or DOA holder, and then they will then report to us. And very often, for the national authorities to report to us, up to now, as you know, we have not been having any type of mandatory cybersecurity reporting for EASA. So we do have a kind of working group or initiative called the NOCA, which is Network of Cybersecurity Analysts. And around the table are national authorities discussing with us to see how we could implement in the future incident reporting, which are coming from national level then to us. So therefore, we do have a working group within that initiative that is working on taxonomy so that we can have a common taxonomy for the civil aviation sector. And for the moment, we do have a white paper internal NOCA, that has been agreed upon. And since some couple of weeks, we think that the paper is mature enough to share outside of our organization, outside of the NOCA, and we already started with Eurocontrol sharing this taxonomy white paper. And we do know that Eurocontrol is or develop a type of taxonomy with the MISP platform. So we will have to see how to align these taxonomies and maybe to propose one type of taxonomy for the civil aviation sector. So we do know it's a challenge.
Just another little question. Around the table is also the EASA for the taxonomy.
EASA?
Yes. Okay.
In fact, the taxonomy was based on EASA's proposal, and we coordinate with them constantly. So every time that we have a mature version of the white paper, we then coordinate with EASA. We know that they did publish what we call ontology. For them, ontology, taxonomy, it is the same. So, so there, in fact, we realized that every time that they have their paper ready, they coordinate with us. When we have ours, we coordinate with them. Okay. Is the microphone still okay? Yeah, or complete echo? Ah, okay, so maybe it could be this. Okay. Can you try? And keep me updated if there are any other problems. Maybe I will have to reach us behind. So in the AMC, what we came up with, as you can see here on the screen, is means to detect security incidents and vulnerabilities. Each event should be analyzed. So this is one of the things which are important as one of the requirements. Develop vulnerability management strategy and identify all internal stakeholders that require a notification. Because we did see that in certain organizations, not all the appropriate departments were being notified. And in this case, we think that it is important to have the notification being sent and having a type of strategy within the organization.
Yeah, it links to the previous question from Portugal regarding the say communication of all the vulnerabilities, and through the vulnerability management strategy, well, it was of course an idea of the rulemaking group. We thought that we could introduce a kind of filter of the vulnerability that normally comes on a regular basis, but not all of them needs to be then communicated to the stakeholders. Just to give an example, those that may affect operating systems that are normally used for business activity, but can also be used for system or to support processes that may have an impact on safety. So this vulnerability management strategy mentioned in EMC is one internal step that may allow proper filtering of vulnerabilities and avoid, say, flood the authority or the partners, the peers, with a number of vulnerabilities that maybe are not really worth to be communicated because are affecting commercial systems.
Thank you, Davide. So furthermore, in the GM, what we thought it was important to highlight was internal reports should be assessed in a timely manner. Of course, everybody was saying, what is timely manner? So we thought that we will try to stick to what the standards are requesting. So very often the standards say not exceeding 72 hours. So this is what we wrote inside. And we do know that there are other rules, other regulations that are requesting 24 hours and 36 hours and etc. So we stick to 72 hours for the, let's say, maximum 72 hours. Of course, as soon as it's reported, the best is to have a report ready, and the report, I will give you the time names a bit later in the presentation. And then what is also important is if you have a SOC or a SIM, to use them, because very often you have the appropriate experts who will be dealing with these type of internal reporting. And if you don't, because we do know that there are many companies who are small companies who don't have a SOC, just to have, let's say, a process in place, as long as those who are within your company are being informed and that there's a communication line between these various departments, that's very important. And then manage the shared risk. Of course, as we said earlier, this is more related to if the organization has subcontractors, or if the organization is so big that it has different type of entities. I see a question. Yes, please. Okay. So the question was, will there be any mechanism to share intelligence, threat intelligence? Do you mean between your organization or outside of your organization? Outside. It's not a requirement, but of course that we, from a perspective of a European regulator, we encourage companies to share their, their intelligence, as you say, or to share their maybe the incidents, the vulnerabilities, the threat that has been discovered with other organizations. And for that, we have built up what we call EASA. So it is the European Center for Cybersecurity in Aviation. It is a kind of European ISAC, if you want, although we cannot call it ISAC. It's EASA because we are in the driver's seat, let's say, and very often the ISACs are more driven by the industry. And then there, it is already existent since over 6-7 years now. And we are promoting exchange of information between the organizations, but also between the authorities, or between the authorities and the organizations. Okay. So next slide would be related to 203. So this is more external reporting, because before we were talking more about internal. And I guess that most of you are already have a process within your company when it comes to internal reporting, because this is more or less common sense when you have security events or incidents within your organization. So when it comes then to external reporting, the requirements that we have for the authority, it is for them to have a mechanism in place to be able to collect the external reporting that you have from coming out of your company. So therefore, very often we don't demand more than the EU regulation is demanding. So there it is more the EU regulation 376/214, which requires or requests from you to report your incidents, or to have a process in place to report them. And it is 90% of what we are requesting is in that regulation. And in there, like I said, you have these 72 hours, but as well, wait, let me check here. So you already saw these pages. No, so I think it was not put online. So there's one time lane that goes on from initial when you report, it doesn't exceed 72 hours. But then you have also the final report, that, or let's say a follow-up report that has to be issued within 1 month. And then there is I have it on my pad. I don't know, there was something that I put in when I was sitting here, so it's very new. So yeah, awesome. But it's no problem, I can talk like this. So you have then what we call then the follow-up report that has to be then provided within 30 days. And then you have the final report, so the close-up report that has to be provided within 3 months. So this is something that we see in standards such as the ED 206, which has just been developed. And in there you have section, I think it is 6.3.2, which then gives you guidance on the time lanes when it comes to incident reporting, external incident reporting. Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, please. There are many vulnerabilities, and very often, in fact, what is done for managing vulnerabilities is just to patch them.
Sorry.
Okay, I said there are many vulnerabilities. So very often, the only thing that is done is to patch when patches are available, and you don't have the time to analyze every single vulnerability. So, is it a management you would accept for vulnerability? If a patch is available and if I apply the patch right away, is that enough?
I mean, for the moment, we are concentrating on incidents, right? When it comes then to vulnerability, I think that there we have some couple of, let's say, flexibility, because we do know that it's a very challenging area to discuss, because also what is vulnerability, right? And just like David was saying earlier, it is that once you are we talking about a vulnerability that is new, a vulnerability that has just been detected, a vulnerability that has just been exploited or has never been exploited? So it's pretty difficult. So for the moment, we are talking more about incidents. Okay.
So, but this means that, like my colleague says, we have a vulnerability. We have an event, an information security event. First worry is to put a patch, and in parallel we start an analysis of safety to evaluate the safety impact. And when it has been defined the safety impact, then the 72 hours starts. Is it the correct sequence?
That's a good question. What do you say, Jean?
I think certainly for if you can identify that the information security incident causes or will cause the safety event, then that's the right sequence. But it can be also the other way around. You can have a safety incident that you analyze and later discover that it was actually caused by an information security problem. And so then the sequence would be the other way around. So, both are possible, and both should be considered.
I think we have a question there. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't have a mic. Johan Glans from EBA. You make a reference to 376 and incidents and use that as a baseline. 376 is the reporting regulation, and it refers to the 996 2010, I think, which is the investigation regulation on air accidents and incidents. And this only covers aircraft operations. Yeah, but the 72 hours, yeah.
Because you also have the amendment, right? You have the basic regulation that was updated in 2018. So you have the 2018 1139 that there is really specific about cyber.
Yeah, actually, that's my question. Is cybersecurity within that framework now? Since it's been a couple of years since I worked on it, but
definitely.
Okay, good.
So that we have these discussions, especially with national authorities.
Yeah.
That sometimes they come to us and they say, when I put search in 376, I don't see cyber.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But it is true also that we did have this issue for many years, so we were able, during the last update of the basic regulation in 2018, to have cybersecurity explicitly included in the regulation.
Good. Let's cover them. Thanks.
Yes, please.
Yes, I have a question. Or I think we need a clarification also on vulnerabilities. Sorry, I come back on that subject because on one hand, in the AMC 1 ISIOR 230, it's written that in point C, vulnerabilities that pose a significant risk to aviation safety and are not patched through an approved vulnerability management strategy. In accordance with the AMC ISIOR 215, and when we come back in this AMC, so it's internal reporting vulnerability, it's written that the organization should develop the vulnerability management strategy in order to ensure that the proper evaluation of all non-relevant information relating to the information security vulnerabilities is carried out when new vulnerabilities are identified. And it's not clear. And within the time of 72 hours, it's not clear. So, and it will conduct to different interpretations from national authorities. And in France, we have two different national authorities, so two different interpretations. So it needs clarification.
Today in France, are you reporting your vulnerabilities to your national authority? Or?
Yes, but we have in France we have DGAC and we have OSAC for airworthiness, and it's two different way of reporting.
And how do you report it today? Do you have like a time lane or?
For the moment, cybersecurity, we do not report anything. And we had that problem a few months ago. If you remember, there was the Jepsen accident, and we wanted to report this incident, and nothing was put in place. So yeah, it's very complicated, and I think this point needs clarification.
Okay. Yeah, I think that I don't know if you have comments that we did.
I can provide a verbal clarification, but if you still have doubts or you're not satisfied, please comment the material afterwards. So I see your point, because in fact that was an argument longly debated and discussed. For what concerns vulnerabilities, I would say that a sort of homework or preparation should be done within the organization or the authority in order to be able to filter out new vulnerabilities discovered and immediately understand how to what to do, let's say. So there might be cases where the vulnerability is discovered and there is already a patch available or workaround, so it's very dynamic. And this might be the cases of commercial system, IT systems that are largely used in business. And also another perspective was how does the safety impact weight into this initial evaluation? That is part of the management strategy. And again, the organization and the authority should perform this homework, make some reflection on what really is really worth to escalate, then goes a step beyond and goes into the external reporting. Maybe the slide of the different steps could be helpful. It's an initial filter. And if I remember, under this AMC, where the vulnerability management strategy is mentioned, there is also a GM that is pointing to a possible guidance that is found in the standard ED206. There you may find more details, more insight, more than the one that I can share now with the limited time allotted. So I hope this clarifies something a bit. Vulnerability management strategy is a procedure that is established within the organization in preparation for the reporting. It's part of the implementation phase and should be a guide on how to react to new vulnerabilities and a way that is thought to filter out certain vulnerabilities from the reporting.
Another question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I also had to move up front because I don't have a mic back there. Coming back to the relation of Part IS and the occurrence reporting regime and the Regulation 376, still I see a little bit the risk that the organizations face double work, reporting according to occurrence reporting scheme, where, as we just learned, cybersecurity threats are also included, and reporting according to Part IS. So what would be your recommendation how to avoid double work? And one more question is, according to the Regulation 376, the best way to report is within the safety management of your organization, which would then report to ECHAS. But if my understanding is correct, you do not have this, let's say, priority to report within your system in the Part IS, do you? Thank you.
What do you mean within your system, within your organization?
Within your organization, yeah, sorry, within your organization, within your safety management, or in this regard, within your information security management.
I mean, the requirements 215 requires you to have, you know, a scheme within your organization, right? So this is one thing. The 230 requires you then to have an external process, which is then in line with 376, right? And then once you have this, you can then report then to us. So now the issue that you have is to see where are duplication. So that's what you're asking. So you are afraid that most probably when we request from you to have external reporting, that you're duplicating the work. That's it? Okay, Cyril.
So yeah, I can answer that because we discussed this quite for a long time in subgroup 4 on incident reporting. The co-chair is in front of me. And yes, we identified the issue coming from a lot of the stakeholders that they want to avoid the reporting from IATA. From the point that we cannot state that. It's we cannot in the regulation say you have to report here first and then to the safety second. So it will be more your competent authority. How do they coordinate themselves? And I think it's then in Article 6 or 6, yes, that we have this recommendation to the authority because we don't control them. We cannot impose them some means, but so to do the job of avoiding duplication. But it's not only Part IS. In these two also we come with reporting. But if you're compliant with Part IS, you will not have to be compliant with the NIS 2.
So the reference is Article 7 of implementing regulation, where there is this single stop shop, one-stop shop for reporting. But this needs to be organized at national level, because in this way, the Civil Aviation Authority and the National Cybersecurity Authority can make sure that they are not asking double reporting to aviation subject.
Okay, Cyril.
I also have an answer to the previous question about vulnerabilities and reporting, because we referenced CD 206 that was also developed by a lot of people that I see here. No, we don't have to report vulnerabilities that are patched. If they are patched through something that is automatized and well controlled, you don't have to report. You have to report, in fact, vulnerabilities that may have generate an unsafe condition. So yes, you have to identify that before, but then of course you have to report it.
Okay. Yes. So,
Yes, thank you. Fergal Healy, the IAA. Just a point of clarification, I suppose, with regards to the reference to 376 and seeing as it was referenced and brought up, and 376 as amended, uses the term security, which it states includes both physical and cyber security events, and there is a mandatory occurrence reportable occurrence that you mandatorily have to submit in relation to failure of ATM system security. So that is something which we expect as the competent authority that we would receive such reports, mandatory reports, where failure of ATM system security, and that would include cyber. So that is to date what's there. Yeah.
thank you for the clarification. I think that that's it from our side, at least from mine. So are there any other questions related to internal or external reporting that we can answer? Online in the chat? No? Okay. So thank you very much. Okay, there's one more question in the back.
Thanks very much. I think the presentation has been quite clear. I do have a general question regarding the reporting requirements. My name is Ansgar Sickert from ACI. So as airports, we of course have a lot of players working on the airport and have to liaise. Ground handlers are just one of those. And my understanding is that ground handling does not yet fall under this regulation. Ground handling is not yet regulated, but we would still be required to get reports from them in the event of an incident. That is my understanding on the reporting side. What kind of levers organizations have to get reports either from their supply chain or from third parties that have an impact on? I think that's not very clear. We have obligations, but not necessary tools to fulfill those. Thank you.
I think that one of the tools would be Part S in the future. But for the moment, because there, in your case, you're speaking about, you're talking about internal reporting, correct? So for the moment, I think that the only tool that you might have would be then the ISO or the NIST standards, requirements. So depending if your organization has a certificate of the ISO, so this could be one of the points that you can take, to go and force them to report them to you. But for the moment, I don't think that there's anything that we can give to you from EASA part, that is a rule for your internal reporting process. Okay. Thank you for the question. And thank you for the opportunity. Now I give to my colleague, Jean-Paul.
Well, Jean-Paul takes place just to complete the answer on ground handling. So far, ground handling are not regulated under basic regulation. As soon as they will be also under Part IS. So today they are part of the supply chain, so to call it, of an aerodrome, and it will be for the aerodrome to report the issue when it receives it from its supply chain. I hope this clarify and answer the question.
Thank you. So we're coming to the next item. This is again one of the more contentious ones that we had during our discussions, which is now we are in this portion of this nice diagram. And as you can see, this is one of the areas where authority regulations and organizational regulations do not carry the same number. And that sometimes makes things a little bit difficult to discuss. The rule requires that organizations identify adequate performance indicators to assess the effectiveness and maturity of the ISMS. And the second item is that they need to ensure that risks remain at an acceptable level. And it doesn't specifically say aviation safety risks, but that's a given in this regulation. And also that an organization takes the necessary improvement measures if needed. Now, the needed is a question where the need comes from, and the need is not the regulation itself, it can be also organizational objectives. The AMC that was deemed necessary then explains that the continuous improvement is there for the effectiveness, suitability, and the adequacy of the ISMS. And that the ISMS should be assessed proactively and systematically, including its maturity. Now, proactively and systematically, there is a lot of discussion about this, and even more discussion is on maturity. And what it should include is the outcomes and conclusions of other information security and assurance processes, because there may be assurance processes from the safety management side, and they should be included as well. So everything that's available, of course, should be included and not ignored, just because it doesn't carry the same name, it doesn't follow the same process. But there are always multiple things in parallel in an organization, and that's what it's meant here. And then the guidance material continues talking about the assurance process for an ISMS, that they are meant to be equivalent to the safety assurance as outlined in ICAO Doc 9859. And that includes performance monitoring and measurement, and of course management of change and continuous improvement. Yeah, we are with the continuous improvement, which we also have in the SMS. And of course, and that's again repeated, I don't know, for the nth time, the ISMS needs to be continuously monitored and improved. So from the top level, compliance monitoring, that includes internal audits, and they should be conducted at planned regular intervals. Whatever there are hints, but there is no time given what the regular interval means. But usually it is once a year or so. But there may be other intervals. And depending on how the oversight scheme is set up with that organization, it may be adjusted to that in a way. It also should include the feedback of audit findings to the accountable manager, because the accountable managers that's the accountable manager, and I think it would be good if he knows what's going on. Because in case that person is the one that has to defend the organization in front of the competent authority. Also, those audits, in general, the compliance monitoring may trigger corrective actions as necessary. And it includes also the execution of independent audits. And behind this, you can have, for example, an ISO 27001 audit. And let's quickly look into this here. Again, I need my glasses because otherwise it's too small. Maybe we can make it a little bigger. No, that was not a... So what I would like to point here in particular Oh yeah, the weather. I see that works as well. Fine. What I particularly wanted to talk about, and here you see these from the GM of Article 3, where we have the definitions of the regulation. We have a few terms that that we address there, and during particularly the discussion of this part of the AMC and GM, the term deficiency needed clarification, and so I highlighted with which definition we came up in the end. And I read it to you. It is a deviation from compliance or from non-fulfillment of any requirement or objective, either from a regulatory or an organization's perspective, and either completely or partially. So it's not only compliance in this case, and that's hidden in there, is not only the regulatory compliance, but it's also the compliance with the own objectives of the organization, which may be more stringent, more restrictive for whatever reason in that particular field. Also, looking at the AMC text, there you find continuously improve the effectiveness and suitability and accuracy of the ISMS. So that's where we took it from, and it includes all its elements, including its maturity. So it has been put into that particular place. It is also meant to identify improvement opportunities, evaluate those opportunities, propose evaluated ones. So not all of the possibilities, not all the opportunities are useful. So only do those which are really useful. And then as soon as they are decided, plan, develop, and implement those actions and changes to the ISMS as well. And then look at the effectiveness of the implemented action. So to which extent did the ISMS effectiveness and maturity improve through those actions? And as always, and that's, I'm not sure whether I didn't find it when I scanned quickly through it, documented, but I think everything's documented anyway. So coming back to this, to the question before, the continuous improvement process may apply methods such as the plan, do, check, act cycle that we discussed earlier, but also the define, measure, analyze, improve, control cycle. So it's up to the organization to decide which strategy they want to use. Going further through it, here we are in continuous improvement section, and this A is about the evaluation, and there it's required to have a process in place. And basically, it's the who, when, and which questions that need to be responded to. But in any event, the frequency needs to be commensurate with level of risk. So again, the risk is our driving factor, and the higher the risk, the more you need to do things because you don't know whether you can. It's still on that particular level. And then we have one subject that we'll also later talk about. The organization should assess the maturity of its ISMS using a suitable maturity model. So not just one, an arbitrary one, but please pick one that is suitable. So adopt and define one yourself, or adopt one. It's probably easier. Define the criteria and define the desired target maturity level of your organization. And we will see later that, and we do it in other areas as well, that the maturity level of an organization has an implication, or may have an implication, on the type of oversight that is performed over that organization. So in the guidance, we provide a few sample examples as models, and we also have a table in there that provides you with with a comparison. And I think that's all for this part of this section. Yes. So we see two reasons for the need for improvement. One lies in the organization itself, and one lies in the security environment. And with respect to the own objectives, there may be different reasons on top of that why you want to improve. And within the organization, it's just how the organization develops itself. And the other reason is how the security environment develops. And even if you ignore the first one, the second one is the minimum that needs to be done. Because the security environment is always against everybody else. So let's start with the organization. If you do not do anything, then you follow this no action path, and changes, for example, in personnel like fluctuation, and the question is whether whether the replacement people have the same qualification, the same experience for your organization, and so on. There may be items that you need to address. In any way, there is the potential for an erosion of abilities of an organization, so that needs to be considered. So keeping up means you just maintain the level you want it, whether regulatory or objectives, organization objectives. But you may have tangible improvements if you increase, for example, the maturity of your organization, of your process. And it looks pretty similar, but it's exactly the same thing when it comes to the security environment. We have the same mechanisms in place. We may take a quick look on what the document says itself. Again, we have, we followed through that. I think we can skip that. We see. Yes, I think, yeah, I think that is already covered. Okay, good. So let's then go to the next point of discussion, namely the discussion of the maturity of the organization and the ISMS. And Jean will take us there. Because there are some things.
Yeah, I'm just referring you to some work that we did some years back with a group of authorities that is still ongoing on the standardization side. Some years ago, we found ourselves, when I was still working in standardization, with the fact that the number of findings were decreasing, and we had to look at authorities that consider organization. This is just an example that were no longer assessed on the basis of the number of findings, so on the basis of their deviation from the standard, because they were all more or less compliant. And we wanted to differentiate their level of compliance when we didn't have no compliance findings, but we wanted to look at how good they were for the different strengths of an organization. And we were tasked to develop a maturity model which could allow our standardization colleagues to have the right approach toward prioritizing the intervention and the interaction with different authorities. This is more or less what is being proposed also now, in part, yes, in terms of maturity, looking at how good is an organization. This was the question we tried to answer at the time. So what does it take to make a good authority? So how good is an authority? Here we can transpose it for the sake of Part AS, how good is an organization at managing its information security risk. And we tried to develop a model which was looking at a number of areas and also tried to have a set of maturity levels that were trying to identify how in each area things were being managed. So we ended up with a maturity table where we had different maturity statements for each area. What the advantage of having a maturity model is that you're no longer looking at the deviation from the standard, from the requirement, but you are seeing how things are done, and not only, but the organization knows also how it can improve towards a better status. So the initial status was more or less where things were in place, or not even in place, but were being considered, defined where what we had a process defined, and implemented a fully implemented process. So then manage is when you can take the best out of a certain process and improve it when you are not only taking the best, but also you're continuously and naturally improving this process. So this is just an example of how a maturity model can help in the continuous improvement of an organization. And there are many examples available in literature. We mention a number of them in the GM, particularly also because they were coming from originally from the software development industry. In ATM, they also had a maturity model defined in order to look at our navigation service provider. So this is a way to handle the continuous improvement in a very structured way. Any question?
Yes, and I have a question. We already have implemented the maturity model, of course. The question is how to handle the differences. Is that recommendation, or is it more binding so that an authority can say you have to change your maturity model?
It's not binding, and the maturity model is so discuss it with your authority.
Okay.
So, and this one that we are showing you is just an example. It was taken from some work that we did in the past.
Okay, so it's in the GM.
Consider these as applicable to information.
Okay.
Yeah, Natalie.
You have mentioned previous work, but I think there is a maturity model that has been defined for safety management system in SM001. And since some of our organization will be trying to get maximum credit for SMS, could be good to see if there are bridge that can be done between the two maturity models.
Or for instance, EASA has also developed a tool to assess management systems using the PSOE, so present, suitable, operational, and effective, which is also a kind of maturity model, because you look at each and every element of a management system and you assess whether it is either present or suitable or operational or effective. So it is a 4-stage. Here you have 5. And this assessment tool is available on the other website. Yeah, Stefan?
Where are we going to find out how it would be used as part of performance-based auditing? Because, I mean, depending on how the maturity model is, it's just something else to measure. And I not seeing necessarily that there's a value for just measuring where there's deficiencies, because we have to find them and correct them. And the big advantage is if it is what we saw before is you have compliance and it's essentially how much above compliance you have, so we can do a performance-based auditing. I haven't seen anything that shows how we would get the carrot, the reward for having more maturity, because otherwise it seems at the moment that might be just something we have to measure for the sake of measuring, rather than it's creating the right behaviors, because we already have text that says you have to find deficiencies. I don't need a maturity model to tell me find deficiencies, because we already have that. Is what it really should be is not really so much hunting for deficiencies. It should be how do we show that we're going above and beyond and getting the benefits of performance-based auditing.
The answer is exactly in performance-based oversight. In all authority requirements, you have elements to be taken into account in order to perform an oversight that is proportionate to the level of performance of an organization. We can't prescribe this in Part AS because it is linked to each and every domain-specific regulation. But for sure, a kind of maturity model will help.
And if I may add on this, there should be an explicit link, as far as I remember, also in the risk management, risk treatment. No, that was risk assessment, I think, when we mentioned the repeatable process. It is a link between, in fact, the process repeatability and maturity. And there, of course, we have to stretch a bit the interpretation of the rule, but it's a proposal in order to show the capability of the organization or the authority in order to deal with risk and treat them properly. A reference to their level of maturity can be made, and therefore, the more the organization or the authority is mature, the more the oversight authority, so the competent authority for organization, and the EASA for the competent authority, is willing to accept retention of higher risks. So you remember the acceptability matrix that we mentioned, where there is a certain level of flexibility in the risk that can be accepted, retained by the organization or by the authority with certain explanation. And one of these elements, one of these rationale, is the maturity of the organization or of the authority that comes with a repeatable process and therefore increased assurance for the oversight organization that that risk has been correctly evaluated and correctly treated. I repeat, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's a key to interpret the rule, the MC, and the guidance provided.
Yes, one comment. In fact, the issue I see with the maturity and maybe the way it is written, we have to be careful to avoid conveying a message that you have all to be improved to be compliant. It's something where we have to be careful on both authority side and an organization side that by being implemented, that can be an objective which is good enough, and that you don't have to seek for an improved level of maturity systematically for everybody to be compliant.
Yes, maybe I can start an answer and then Jean Paul intervene, because this was, in fact, the purpose of the two slides that Jean Paul presented and other discussion we had at the beginning. Compliance means to be compliant with all the requirements, and that's satisfies the competent authority. It will probably satisfy EASA when EASA will be the competent authority. And normally, well, when discussing continuous improvement, we came up with an answer that satisfied all the audience in the regulatory working group. That is when compliance, well, is achieved the initial or the ground zero of maturity is achieved, and maybe that could be in certain scheme even labeled with level 2. From our perspective, is the starting point, and then it's up to the organization to decide which are the objectives. But one objective is driven from outside. That is the change in the information security environment. So at least one of the slides cannot be very much controlled because it's the evolution of the security environment that may imply that our initial level of protection is not sufficient. So enters into the scene other elements like review of risk assessment, but it's not only this. So the fact that really with the initial setup of the organization, we cannot really maintain the initial level of protection. And then this compliance achieved at the beginning is no longer there. And then the second aspect may pop in, like evolution in the organization, as Jean-Paul said. And in both these two perspectives, an organization may decide to do a bit more. That, a bit more, goes back to my previous feedback, can be rewarded because the more the organization demonstrated is mature, the more leeway, say, may be granted from the authority. And more higher risks can be retained by the organization. And talking again, this definition, higher risk, is a bit subjective, but I mean, I hope the message is understood. Jean-Paul, do you want to? That's okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes. Any question from the audience connected remotely? If yes, please write on the chat, ask for the floor. It doesn't seem to be the case. Any further question from the audience here?
Apparently, there are no further questions. Oh, then
Maybe I can reiterate something that I said earlier. Natalie first, please.
Sorry, a question regarding the initial compliance. We do not see any condition to have done the initial continuous improvement internal audit before having the initial compliance. And it's not in the MC, but for example, in ISO 27001, this is a condition. So to go back to what means initial, I was wondering if it was to mention that.
Yeah, it's true. In fact, I do not recall that we mentioned that explicitly. Maybe, again, since we have a different setup in our regulation, we have the compliance monitoring as a separate requirement, but is, let's say, the basis of the continuous improvement, as we said before, because this correction or deficiency may come also from that. So I don't know if we need to mention it explicitly. Maybe in MCGM we can do it. So you can raise the comment for improvement of the material. Gut feeling is that, I mean, an immediate answer I can say, it sounds correct what you said. So before claiming compliance, there should an internal audit should have been performed. But like I said, I see this more under our regulation in the under the compliance monitoring.
I would refer here also to my inspector experience. So when you are giving an initial approval, you approve a certain configuration and it describes capability to perform certain activities under the scope of approval. In the case of continuous improvement, you are in the first round. So what you expect to see is not that an audit on continuous improvement is there, but at least that you have a process describing how you will manage the continuous improvement. Same if you have to certify from scratch a new organization and they have to comply with occurrence reporting. They have not started operating, so they have not produced report, but at least they need to have a process in place.
So maybe I can reiterate what I said earlier, because that I'm not sure Patrick mentioned it. You don't need to have a maturity level achieved that is higher than the basic one, whatever basic is, if you are compliant. Yet looking at it from the fact that even an inspector is a human being, if you are showing something and the inspector gets the gut feeling that you just barely made it, but he has no reason to raise a finding because you're following the letter, then you're still compliant, but he's still feeling uneasy. So if you want to get a little bit of margin for that, do a little more. Things get a little bit more repeatable. If the person that did the risk assessment has an accident and there's another person having to do the risk assessment, is also able to do that and not starts from day one with it, it's also something that is considered a higher level of maturity. So I think, looking from this perspective, I think there are lots of incentives to raise the level of maturity beyond the initial one. And there's another one, there's a precedent in EASA in certain areas that the level of oversight can be reduced if the level of maturity rises. And we don't have anything fixed for in that regard, but we are thinking about, depending on what the experience is, to do something very similar there.
I think Jean-Paul mentioned the LOI for type design, DOAs.
But I think we also be cautious about mixing compliance process and continuous improvement, because it's not necessarily done by the same organization or same person. And there is also another reason is that the compliance process will be done against the rule and the AMC for Part IS and in the strict scope of Part IS, whereas the continuous improvement can be part of an ISMS with a wider scope.
Yeah, as I said, we see as a potential source of deficiency the compliance monitoring. It should be considered within the continuous improvement of the ISMS if the ISMS has a wider scope. So that's probably what we ask the organization to consider when implementing the continuous improvement process, to create this, to consider this link with the compliance monitoring. So it cannot be, to a certain extent, it cannot be neglected or denied the fact that there might be findings coming from the internal compliance monitoring.
Yes, but it can be. I think we shouldn't impose a model of having only one process for both, because, for instance, it's an illustration. In our organizations, we have dedicated people to oversight the DOA, and the compliance of Part IS will be done in that organization. Whereas the ISMS continuous improvement will be probably done by the IT security organization. And there will be link between the two, because if they find a non-compliance, they will communicate with the DOA people, but it's not the same.
It's understood, but I think it will be sufficient now that establish the link and show that the link exists. So we're not. It was difficult to capture all the possible setup, I would say. The material we provided on top of the regulation was to clarify that since there were discussion, that the findings, the compliance monitoring can also be an input for the continuous improvement. Now, being aware that there might be different setup in case the process will be driven by different entities within the organization, the bare minimum level that should be achieved is a communication between these two processes.
Oh, apparently there are no other comments, neither from the physical room nor from the virtual one. So we may then break now for coffee. And then we can resume. We can return you the time that we took out during the lunch break. And we resume, should we, at 45 past. So 3:45. So you have full half an hour at least to enjoy for networking and for exchanging or discussing other interesting issues. Thank you. Welcome back for the last effort of the day. Davide, please.
Yeah, so here we are with the last block. I will touch upon resources and responsibilities. Here we are in our flow diagram. One element is clearly identified in the implementation blocks, appoint a responsible person covered under AR 225 and OR 240. And the other has been introduced like an horizontal or cross-cutting set of requirements that can be summarized as having sufficient and qualified personnel to operate the ISMS. And those are covered by the requirement 225 again and 240 for authority and organization, as well as 220 and 235 for authority and organization when it comes to the contracting of activities. So in 240, we have in the regulation that the accountable manager is accountable for Part IS. With accountable manager here, I'm referring to the chief of design for the organization has that kind of role, not accountable manager, but also for the authority, for what concerns the authority requirement, the person that has been nominated as responsible for Part IS. Then okay, I'm explaining basically OR 240. The OR 240 with respect to the authority requirements, the relevant authority requirement is a bit wider, so it allows me to touch more points. But for authorities, filter out certain elements that do not apply, but the core, it's exactly the same. And then this accountable manager in the regulation is required to appoint a group of competent persons to comply with Part IS. And there is a possibility for the accountable manager to delegate its activities to a common responsible person, CRP, if you want to use an acronym. It also, the requirement asks that sufficient person and competent personnel will be made available, and that the personnel is involved in the activity will be trustworthy. So in the MC, we had to cover, as you see, several points in order to provide means to comply to this aspect of the requirement in the regulation. And so the MC provides an overview on how the person or group of persons are reporting, are directly responsible to the accountable manager. Some insights about the common responsible person and the level of coordination required with the accountable manager and the boundaries that should be established. And then touching upon the sufficiency, we are providing to the MC a way to comply with the requirement that takes into account the organizational structure as well as the interfaces, so the level of activities and the level of risk. And for what concerns the competencies, a way to comply the requirement by evaluating the personal roles and tasks, again, with respect to Part IS activities. So here comes into the scene another time the Appendix 2 to the MC and GM, where we have the famous cross-reference matrix to ISO. There is also a portion of that reference matrix that touch upon the competencies. So can have a dual use, and it's recorded in the MC. And then how can we establish trustworthiness initially by means of it. The GM has also important role in this for this requirement, because provides examples, some ideas regarding the common risk. And like I said, and mentioned seconds ago, the Appendix 2 main tasks, stepping from Part AS, and the link between these tasks and the competencies. For the competencies that we decided to use the NIST competency framework version 1 during the discussion in the regulatory group. Okay. That was meant was considered a good reference, and therefore we took this suggestion.
One question about the competencies. There is one statement into the AMC, it is 240A3, which states, I think it is also related to the accountable manager. Where is it? Documented work experience in areas of activity pertinent to the rule. What do you mean with the documented work experience in the area pertinent to the rule? Because clearly, if you refer to an accountable manager for a production organization approval, it's going a little bit too far, unless you put an information security person as accountable manager.
So, which is the maybe I can find the.
I think it is 240A3 at least, but I have an Excel, so the Excel is extracted, so you miss completely the point number 2.
Recall exactly that point because the basic understanding for the accountable manager it was limited in this case to the ability to explain the overarching aspects of the rule and the objectives.
Okay.
And then records of training.
No, it's there. If you look at the store, if you stay there, yes, the point number B, as well as I'm reading, I'm old, sorry, as well as documented, blah blah.
Yeah, that's another possibility to show the competence and so on.
What do you sorry? What do you mean with another? Do you mean?
Yeah, so it's either records of training or experience, past experience.
Okay, okay, understood. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's...
Make a comment.
Il faut pas mettre as well.
Okay, but I go back to the presentation. The organizational structure somehow it's well, it has been matter of discussion and it pop-ups again when it occurs to me to discuss about Part IS implementation. So this is something that needs to be considered by the organization, needs to be also introduced in the Information Security Management Manual. So the basic structure that we foresee is the nomination of one person or a group of persons that are directly responsible towards the accountable manager for the implementation of Part IS. And we also foresee that there is a compliance monitoring function that reports directly to the accountable manager, and these two should remain independent, separate. And through the AMC and GM material, we have made an effort, an attempt to explain how this delegation would be made effective. So it's not fire and forget, but it means establishing an exchange between this person, group of person, and the accountable manager. Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe I'm totally wrong, but in some companies there are more than one authorization, so more than one accountable manager. So people will be responsible to both.
I will show a slide about that. Maybe we can come back to this in a very few seconds or minutes. The other definition introduced by the regulation, like we said, is the common responsible person. So the other role, the common responsible person was meant to be a role that can stay, I would say, at the same level, the same managerial level of an accountable manager, because the rule says it may delegate to this common responsible person the duties. The accountable manager, by definition, remains accountable. But in this case, it's really a more complete transfer of activities and responsibilities to the common responsible person. Why this role has been introduced? It has been introduced to, in fact, provide an answer to the situation that has been called with the previous question. There might be groups with multiple approvals. They may hold multiple approvals, and each and every approval for Part IS is an approved organization. But within the business group, these different approvals are seen as part of the legal entity. And maybe they are already protected by means of corporate information security management system. So here, Part IS allows this kind of approach, however, requires to identify this common responsible person, which can also serve multiple approved organizations within the same group, or be even more simple. There is one organization, and it can cut into a portion is approved, so it's part of the approval, holds approval, and another portion is doing some other business. It's nothing to do with the perimeter of the approval, but still the information security management is dealt with within that second portion of the organization. And again, we are allowing such setup, and the common responsibilities again should be identified, needed, and the accountable managers has this possibility to deliver.
So this means that you might have, for example, 3 accountable managers, one for the design, one for production, one for maintenance, and only one common responsible person.
This is a possibility.
And the accountability will stay with the accountable manager, but the task will be implemented by OK.
Yes.
Okay.
This is exactly what will happen. So the common responsible person will receive an ad hoc delegation, and through AMC and GM we repeat there should be a close collaboration between the responsible person and accountable manager. And again, I already said that we expect this accountable manager to be a C-level manager. So the common responsible person, yes. This common responsible person we expect to be a C-level manager, or a manager that has C-level managerial duties. So it means that has, say, managerial power to discuss with an accountable manager that sometimes might be also the CEO of certain organization.
Two questions. First is made a common responsible person a person out of the organization of the third part society.
Okay, I would say no, and I think then we can. I don't know the implementing regulation. I remember the implementing regulation says part of the organization that is not under the approval. So we need the illegal entity,
but not outside the legal entity.
Yes, but there is another rationale to this, and it is in this case. I consider it a bit extreme, but there is the possibility of outsource activities related to this itself. It is a bit extreme because really outsourcing blindly the execution of RDS and experiment organization, so create kind of common responsible person. If we look at EMC, it will be covered by this part of the presentation. The elements mitigate the risk of this delegation that are proposed to the common responsible person are very similar to those proposed for the contracting of
quality
activities related to fire business. So basically, you have to consider the risk introduced by this delegation, and it's very important that for the communication, bi-directional communication of the staff. So, yeah, you have, as an organization, as an authority, there are tools to really go extreme, or as in this case, for the environment, there was really the manager parties implementation for the parts of the
A second question is the yellow arrow and the yellow line may be only functional in the structure, or in case of the common responsible person is, for example, the IT manager 1 or 2 level under the accountable manager, or not?
In my view, it's more functional link. So because, like I said, the accountable manager will delegates and will use delegates. So it's not a publicly person that the nominated person means this person reports to him through an hierarchical reporting line. The Congress person. Of course, we have imposed at the level of instrumentality, high level. So in many venture seats in the world, along with the accountable manager. So has other reporting and market management. And we exchange the same level. There might be different setup. Like, yeah, please.
Sorry, David. A question to this chart before, please. So this means that the nominated person and the compliance monitoring person will report to the common responsible person?
No, it doesn't suggest anything specific. Okay. In the sense that the organization, say, the accountable manager shall nominate the person according to the rule, the compliance monitoring and the nominated person, and the common responsible person could be a staff, say, function, which is replacing, if you want, to a certain extent, the accountable manager in certain duties, but we cannot say anything about the reporting line. It might be that the nominated person, because, like I said, it's a shadow in the regulation. So the accountable manager shall be the group of persons.
Yeah.
It means that you may want to nominate at least two persons in an organization, one for compliance report and the other that is the counterpart for pilot, yes, but all the dirty stuff is done under the common responsible person with respect to information security, which is outside the approved part of the organization. So I would say that it really depends on the complexity of the organization, and we had other opportunities to discuss it. Maybe the instrument that has been provided was designed for, let's say, simpler cases. Now we will see if it works. But I go back to my comment of this morning. Probably we will learn lessons from the reality check, and we should either improve the regulation itself or the extension after the reality check. So at the moment, I probably have already the answer, an answer for all the cases. Please.
Yeah, just one more question. You just mentioned that the nomination of a common responsible person would only be applicable within a legal entity. Last time we had this discussion, we brought up the idea that in a corporation it should be applicable across legal entities as well, as long as it stays within this business group. So that would be an option as well.
I think it's acceptable. I do not have all the definitions that have cover all the different cases. Because in fact, legal entity was mentioned in order to differentiate those organizations. By default, when we say approved organization, approved part of the organization, legal entity or group. Again, I think we should discuss, or this time we should discuss case by case. The important aspect is that, as suggested in EMC, it is coordination and delegation. Is effective. Therefore, if you have the wider the group, then more complex would be maintaining this exchange and coordination, and needs to be demonstrated. So, as an authority, this is what I would look into to be convinced that the common responsible person can handle this. Sure.
I have to come here and use the mic. From an air operator's point of view, anyone that is covered by Part Oro is also covered by Part IS. This means that you have actually non-approved organizations, which they are declared, which is non-complex, non-commercial complex operators. So you also will have non-approved organizations being covered by Part IS with that scope. And within Part Oro, there is also a difference between the size of the organization on what type of organization and structure you need to have, like nominated persons and accountable managers. But here, my understanding is there is a blanket requirement regardless of the organization size.
Like I said, I'm referring to the accountable manager here, but well, at least we use two different terminologies: accountable manager and chief of design. This is for DOA.
Yep.
And another probably, but the definition would have been too long for me to spell out. So I'm talking about this accountable person or manager, and also for the authorities, this person that has been nominated.
Yes, that's clear. But my point is, you have a blanket size structure that needs to be in place, while the organizations, from an organizational point of view, depending on how many FTEs they have in the organization, a smaller size can also have a smaller operational organization according to Part Oro. And that has not been taken into account to look at what is really needed by a small, what is a small organization able to supply in terms of resources.
Okay, maybe I can cover this with the sufficiency of the personnel later on. And yes, I remember the challenges. Yeah, I don't think I can add more on this, rather than remembering that Part IS is an horizontal rule, and for certain aspects builds upon the implementing rule for the domain. So how an organization should be structured, and the differences between the organizations when there are matrix driven, size driven. This is described in the implementing rule for the domain, and Part IS cannot really change that rules unless we have proposed an amendment. But the only amendment we proposed is in the authority requirements in order to manage those say safety occurrences that stems from information security causes. So for certain aspects, you'll see also in GM and AMC, we call back the implementing rule for the domain. When it comes to the applicability, look at the scope, the Article 2 of Part IS, and the exclusions, because if there are specific exclusions are mentioned there. One metric for the organization that has been used is the production or operation of ILA-2 aircrafts. So that is one of the reason for exclusions. I do not remember other elements or of discounts of exclusions that come from the size. This slide is an attempt to depict what has been already discussed. So it's just a visual representation. The fact that we may have an organization, a group, a legal entity that holds different approvals, and an airline is definitely one example that can be mentioned here. Normally, there's the AOC, the CAMO, and in many cases, the Part 145, 3 different approvals, 3 different accountable managers or responsible accountable person. And in these cases, maybe worth considering implementation Part IS delegated to this common responsible person.
In accountable management means in this this case the person responsible for the certification of the organization.
Yes, there is nominated and
Because the yes, the person who responds for certification and over which the Part AS is implemented.
the accountable manager in the organization, it's also accountable for Part AS requiring compliance. Since that we are not defining any new accountability, it goes back again to the fact that we build upon the implementing rule for the domain. We couldn't change anything. We just said on top of the other accountabilities, the accountable manager, chief of design, person that is nominated within the authority takes also this and has possibility to delegate and shall also nominate. So we may have a look at the material, so might be inspired by other aspects here. Okay, for the portion of the GM that is attached to the Article 3, the definitions, for the purpose of the personal requirements, we introduced some terminology that was not in the definition, but it appears to be useful for expressing our MC and GM thoughts. And in some cases has been borrowed by other regulations, so it's nothing new. Like competency, experience, knowledge, qualification or professional background. Probably we added management activity in order, in fact, to provide also the perspective of, say, those groups where the accountable manager has certain duties, but on top of this person, there might be a group CEO that has other duties. Well, and then we wanted to clarify exactly what we meant with this management activity. Beside this, the first part of the personal requirements cover, in fact, the duties of the management in terms of promotion, information security. The other point that has been already touched, the basic understanding, and thanks for pointing out in Bravo, the as well as. And then again, regarding the appointment of a person or group of persons, here I highlighted the part where we suggest in the MC that the person or group of person should be directly responsible to the accountable manager, and therefore that idea of direct reporting, and they should have direct access to keep the accountable manager properly informed. Then a description of the function and responsibility of the appointed person, including their names, should be contained in the ISMM, the Information Security Management Manual. So it's a link to the other requirement, the R250. So they are part of a structure that is declared and accepted by the authority. We had to cover certain aspects like the condition of lengthy absence, because this is one part of the requirement. So for deputization here, I think that it should be interpreted as also in the cases where a person goes on holiday, takes a vacation. So there should be a deputy, because we cannot expect that this person is asked to come back from holidays. So the lengthy absence is something that may happen because of these normal occurrences in the life of an employee, or because there's something not really foreseen. So the person is leaving or has other issues that prevent this person to carry out the duties. The coordination, like I said, it's an element that also deserved an MC, and how to show this coordination. And again, the common responsible person here, I come back again, is a person that should be capable, because it is completely delegated by the accountable manager, of managing organization cybersecurity strategy and its implementation. It's not only a doer, but it is also he or she having a strategic vision. This person, it goes without saying that should be given with the proper delegations and financial leverage power to perform the duties. And there's also a link to the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework published by EASA in September 2022. And this person normally goes under the definition of Chief Information Security Officer, Cybersecurity Program Director, or Information Security Manager. So by looking at what we expect in the ECSF, we identified that kind of skills and roles.
Yeah, just one question. Looking at it, okay, I understand better being part of this workshop what is meant behind it. But if you are not part of this workshop and you look at it's look like the profile of a person with information security background. And what I think is missing is the link with the safety part, because we have not to forget that at the end, part IS is using information security elements in order to check the impact on safety. So I can take a person that is absolutely skilled on information security and have no idea about the flight safety, and that person might feel these needs. Which I think just to add a statement about it will permit to better explain.
Yeah, thank you. Got it. Please make the comment in case we forget about it. But I think it's really relevant. Now I go back to the presentation and then we return to the document. Those few slides may help me presenting the next topic. So I have to cover still sufficiency and competencies, and then we can wrap up. Determination of sufficiency. We try to approach this through different angles. In the end, in order to be as flexible as possible, we came up with this proposal through the AMC and GM. That is, the organization should evaluate the sufficiency of the person by taking into account the activities required by Part IS. And so, in order to make your life easier, we produce this Appendix 2 and the matrix with the activities. Sometimes they are summarized in a few lines, activities that are covered in the requirements with broader, but there are also the link to the requirements. But you can have an idea of how many tasks should be carried out in order to comply with Part IS. And then this should be multiplied, if you want, so it should be considered also with the perspective of the organizational structure. So it's, let's say, let me use the word complexity, size, scope. So you can imagine that having all of these tasks performed in a small organization, it might be different as the same task performed in a large organization. So maybe in a large organization, in order, you may have a number of persons that can fit each task, but then they have to be multiplied by 2, by 3, because there are multiple sites, because they have to operate 24/7. So this is one of the elements that enter into this reasoning. And the other one, yes, and also the contractor organization, how many organizations are at the interfaces, and which is the level of effort required to control all of them. So reflect also on this aspect, because we come back again the fact that the risks in Part IS are also risks at the interfaces. So level of effort in general with these two inner elements. And another one is the level of risk associated with the activity. So another multiplier, or the multiplier if you want, is the level of risk that you may face. So if you face higher risk, I mean, I think you would like to have some backups, maybe a second thought. So that task that could be theoretically covered by one person, you may want to be covered by 1.5. So to have, like I said, a bit more in order to be sure that nothing is missed. Finally, at least as an initial exercise that can be repeated over time, you should map these needs to people. And then you should come up with an answer. It might be a level answer at the beginning that comes more detailed and specific in the doing. But like I said, you should take into account all of these elements in order to see if your workforce can really deal with the tasks, the new tasks introduced by Part IS, or if you have to do something. This is one element, and the other element that goes along with the sufficiency is the personal competence. We took a similar approach, so we start from the tasks, and then the idea is that these are mapped to competence, ability that is required in order to perform that task. In the famous Appendix to Matrix, we have a proposition, and some suggestions are made in terms of competence and ability by providing link to the NIST cybersecurity framework. So you can be inspired by that, but you can also refer to other frameworks and build your own. Once this is done, you should again perform a mapping to people and roles. So maybe you have already identified certain roles that can be used in order to put Part IS in operation, to achieve compliance, to run new operations, and then you have to perform, say, final check. Are those selected people, identified roles, be able to run all the tasks? Do they possess all the competences and abilities? And then again, you come up with an answer. It could be yes, no, partially, and the gap. Well, I mean, nothing serious happens there. You need to fill the gap by training. But it could be classroom training, on-the-job training. Maybe you can use external activities, the opportunity to use external activities at the beginning in order to ramp up and take your person at the required level. And we can have a look again at the material. You see personal sufficiency is in fact referring to the organizational structure, the amount of coordination and the level of risk, like I said, and depicted. And the GM, the related GM points to the appendix to matrix. And it also reminds us that when it comes to personal sufficiency, the person that we refer to is also the person that is contracted and may support the organization implement Part IS through the OR 235 requirements that allows contracting and the equivalent authority requirement. So when you talk about personnel, it's the organization hired and the organization contracted personnel. The competencies, it's again referring to the tasks, the work roles, the required knowledge and skills and ability. And it's important that when establishing the process, the personal qualification are assessed, and then if gaps are identified, you may have the opportunity of training or filling the gap with external personnel or new recruitment. And then, as it is mentioned in the MC. And then another interesting part that is covered in the GM is the training program. So once you have identified gaps, you may then decide how to fill the gaps. The regulation or the GM doesn't really provide you more than the competence required. Then it's up to the organization to further elaborate on how to achieve that competence and create a training program. And this is what this GM explains. And also in the last part, it says finally, since information security evolves through the rise of new threats, the organization should periodically review the adequacy of the training program. So you have to come back again. It could be a continuous improvement process, or it could be something that you deal with under the personal requirements in isolation. There are elements that we have to cover regarding the acknowledgement of responsibilities and the means to do that. And finally, identity and trustworthiness. Here, we had long discussion because Part S requires the check, let's say, on identity and trustworthiness. But for identity, I would say quite easy. So the identity is established by checking the documents that are issued at national level, ID cards, passport, and whatever. But when it comes to trustworthiness, that was a discussion, a more challenging discussion. So here, what we had as initial driver for this discussion was to consider that for the security regulation, there are two levels of vetting, and certain organizations said, well, we already go through that process for the vetting, so maybe we can reuse the same approach. And then we took it. So this approach is inspired by the vetting under the security regulation, but that vetting is carried out or is required at regulation level. So enables the organization certain say leverage or power to do this. Part IS doesn't. So it is inspired by the regulation, security regulation, but we do not have the same leverage in Part IS. So what we suggest? We suggest that vetting should take into account within the say the tools and the allowance made by the national regulation and national laws that are different in European countries when it comes to checking a prospective employee history, criminal records. So but you try to use whatever is allowed within in the regulation, in national regulation, to check the employee criminal records, as well as this should be quite easy. It's employment records, the education, and eventually any gaps that are in this employment history or education, and dig a bit deeper. And this is considered the basic level. And then we say, if the person should be employed to deal with, say, high level risks, according to the classification made by the organization, well, we suggest to introduce a second level of vetting, so a more thorough level, that could be, for instance, accessing as much as possible to intelligence record or other relevant information. And this could be done in some cases because the authority has access to this additional information, or it may be done by open source. So we want to check public files, index possibility with the remedial information.
One last question, I think, today from my side. Does it mean that these rules that you have defined for the trustworthiness of the people, do they have to apply to all the employees of the company, or do they have to apply only to the set of persons that has been nominated to put in place the Part IS?
Okay. The idea is that it should be applied for all the persons that carries out tasks within Part IS. And the suggestion is to adopt a different approach, say a risk-driven approach. So the higher the risk, the higher is the level of delegation given to this person, and the less is the oversight, the monitoring or the close monitoring, the higher should be the trustworthiness, the trust that you put in this person. And therefore, you may imagine a thorough vetting. Please.
Yes, one question or comment, if I may. So, do we understand that the vetting processes that applies to the security regulation, and which is inspiring this this part of the text, is done by the ministries of interior of each of the different countries? I mean, that it is not like the organization would bet on themselves trying to understand or trying to see the background of that person. And another question that I have, because in the text it says that it should be noted that complying with regulation 2015 doesn't mean that you are complying with Part IS. And I'm going to put you an example. If I have a cabin crew that has gone through the background check, enhanced or standard background check, that should be enough. I mean,
no.
So I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but
we say the opposite. So if you refer to the GM that I'm projecting now, that is standard and enhanced background check as defined in regulation 2015/1988, security regulation, are suitable for standard and enhanced level of vetting respectively. So we're saying if you did it,
if you are complying, I mean,
however, we cannot say
the other way around.
So it should be not standard enhanced level of vetting. We refer to MC1, the one that we examined previously, do not constitute compliance with the provision on the ground checks as defined in regulation 2015. So we want to be bulletproof in explaining that you can inherit certain background checks done, as you mentioned, somewhere where, say, good information are available. If this is not the case, and you have to do it as suggested, but then you think that maybe because something happens and the organization shall also to be compliant to the regulation 2015/1998, then this can be used? No, it's not the case. Okay. Yep. Sure, please.
I think what we might need to do is just capture some text about the different jurisdictions, because what information you can get hold of in the enhanced vetting will depend on jurisdictions. That we need to find the kind of language that's in the other regulations as well about basically you do the enhanced vetting with what you're legally allowed to do in each country. Because I mean, the attitudes towards providing the criminal records data depends on which country you're in.
What we could add, probably trying to address what you're saying, is, well, the sentence where I hovered, maybe now it's here. So all of this should always be completed taking also into account the relevant national laws and regulation. If it's not clear enough, we will clarify. So we are suggesting to do certain checks, but again, depends on which degree of freedom you have at national level because of other laws. Please.
Please, could you clarify the way the proportionality is applied with regard to having a background check called basic or more or less on more or less each and every employee who can, for example, handle data for producing something versus the same kind of requirements on people doing exactly the same without using any digital tool. If you take the example of someone machining something manually, there is no background check. Here, if it's someone who does this on a computer, then you have something that is relevant data, and then you have to have this background check. And to me, I don't see where the proportionality is between what is done on the physical world and what we do on the digital world. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we can say, well, like I said, we are constrained in the scope by digital services that are received, operated, maintained, and I do not have say, probably the possibility to write anything for the physical world or any. I don't think we can take any requirement from aspect that regulates the physical world. So I don't know exactly how to do that.
But wouldn't this then be something to be led to the organizations to have this balance between the physical world and the digital one? Because here we are adding constraints to a lot of people, and whereas we have the same, if we are not digital, we don't have the same background check, and we can have exactly the same kind of negative intent and consequences.
I would say yes, but at the same time, I will still remain my previous comment. I don't know exactly which regulation you have in mind or which are, let's say, the requirements. Like
no, it's that it's more that there is no such requirement for background check, criminal background check on someone just machining something on a physical tool.
Mm-hmm.
And so here we bring this when it's done through a digital tool, and it's unbalanced.
I see. We can take the comment. Like I said, it's a proposal. Personally, during the discussion, it looked like that the criminal record check it's something quite normal before employment. It means that the prospective employee should provide a statement of non-pending criminal prosecution ongoing or previous prosecution, but maybe it's not like it's not the same in each and every country. And again, it depends on the relevant national law. So this is what we suggest. Probably with the tooling. So if I understood correctly what you said, I mean, you can really damage or make one single damage by doing a physical activity, but imagine a person that can expose an entire fleet with an attack.
Doing exactly the same thing every day. I'm just doing something wrong, every day on my tool with my tools, and until someone notices it, and then it would be caught by the safety checks afterwards on the conformity and so on of the.
You are suggesting they has the ground check.
No, no.
Should I take this?
No, that was not my point.
Yes.
Yeah. Rebound to the
question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Chris Mueller from the European Helicopter Association. I have, listened very attentively on all what you have to say, and I think it is certainly that we have to do. I do not question any of the reasoning why information security is required, but when I look now at these requirements here for the respective persons, about 70 to 80% of all European helicopter operators are small to medium size, which means they have between, let's say, 3 and 10 employees. And when you look at the exposure with regards to information security, we talk about helicopter operators in the northern part of Sweden doing supply. We talk about rescue operations in the Swiss mountains. We talk about firefighting in Portugal. Now, my question is, with all of these requirements, we look at about 5 to 10% employment in addition. Now, how should and I'm honest about this, how should an analog industry, analog companies understand how to select a person? And then where do you find these persons that would be willing to work for 5 to 10% of an employment? Because typically there's not much more, if there is that much. How do you find these people? Because, they are security specialists on the market, there is no doubt. But I doubt that they would be willing to work for 4,000 euros per month for a 100% employment. Now, there needs to be more proportionality in the requirements with regards to smaller companies. It is for a large airline company, a key airport like Frankfurt or Paris, I fully agree there is at least a 100% person that needs to go through these requirements. I completely agree with that, but it's way too much for a small operators. So we need to have something in the AMCs that addresses these issues, because otherwise companies will not be able to comply even if they want to. And that's certainly not something that we would like to do. So where do you see possibility to have more proportionality? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Do you want to adapt to this?
Yeah, I fully agree with Johan Glans from EBA. Also, small operators, the same issues. And like I mentioned before, first of all, it's needed, as Christian said. In the safety regulation and ops regulation, there is a provision for that's called complex and non-complex operations or organizations, which from the safety perspective, and this is all because of safety, also takes into account that the requirements on the safety organization is less for a small non-complex organization like Christian's helicopters and some of my non-commercial complex operators, which may have 10 people to aircraft. And it's also based on being not open to public. It's special operations, it's not carrying passengers, for example. So the accepted level of safety is different from carrying passengers. and open to public. And this is the proportionality that both Christian is asking and kind of looking for his members, and the same for some of mine. And how do we fit this? It is possible to do with an AMC. It's done in Part Oro for small organizations with AMCs.
Okay, to answer the two questions, they are similar, but different, brings in different perspectives. When it comes to whatever small organization, we have written some material, so guidance material for small organizations. Unfortunately, for the time being, there are really few words, but I think the most important words have been, or the most important subject has been touched. The first thing is that the size of the organization does not really tell us anything about the risk that this organization poses to the aviation system. We don't know, maybe a small organization may pose a big risk to the aviation system if it's performing with few people, and then let's define few, critical services that are used by the many. So first reflection that should be made is this one. The second point is the tool, the possibility that is foreseen by Part IS, that is contracting of activities within Part IS to external. So if, and now I'm not answering to your question, but to the previous one, if you do not see feasible to employ one person for the 10% of activity, if you think that is 10% of activity, then you may want to say, achieve compliance by subcontracting or contracting Part IS activities to a consultancy company or a consultant that is willing to share part of its time for the tasks required by the organization. That is one possibility that is always on the table, even if you have fluctuation of your personnel, and then you may want to let's say compensate with external service provider. So that are the tool. Well, this is the tool that we had in mind at the beginning. In terms of other way to address small organization, it's a way to comply with Part IS. We did not close completely the discussion in the book. So again, I have to go back to what has been mentioned this morning in the marketing of the ISMS standard that is under development. So that aspect of proportionality will be covered. And probably in the future, we will have more elements to propose and or guidance to be considered in the GM and the MC. The second aspect that you mentioned.
Yeah, sorry. With regards to the outsourcing, just to give you an idea what some of the financial consequences may be. So let's assume that we have, we get a contract for about 10,000 euros per year to do this. Okay, with an average, ratio of, revenue, like 5% is a profit margin. So basically, the company would have to earn 200,000 euros more per year just to compensate for these additional costs. If we look at about 400 operators in Europe, then actually these 400 operators would have to generate 80 million euros more revenue. And that is just not possible. Mm-hmm. Just to cover these costs. And again, there is no doubt about principles, but it's about how do we pay for all of this? This is extremely expensive. And while it may not be a big part in a big organization, it actually increases in extremely highly proportions for small operators. And that's just something that we need to take into consideration. We cannot ignore this, even though if we want to do the right thing.
I have an answer that you will not be pleased to hear. Unfortunately, the regulation has been already approved, and the MPA was issued years ago. So, and was a public MPA. And we also proposed the impact assessment, and apparently those concern about the impact of the regulation have been addressed by then, and certain exclusion has been considered. So don't ask me why a portion of the audience was not vocal, was not asking for more exclusion. But now, like I said, the part of the answer that I gave you, it's unpleasant to hear if you have this concern, is that at the moment we have Part AS written in a certain way, and the only way to change it is to amend Part AS. It may happen in the future. But it's not through AMC or GM that we can dilute or reduce the requirements, because MC and GM are.
Yes, but you can add flexibility in the AMC and GM.
There is.
I know the IR cannot be changed. There's no doubt about that. But the AMC, and I see that in the ops world very clearly, there's so many articles that start with notwithstanding. Yeah. And then after these words, you have all different kind of exemptions to the IR. So there are possibilities to do this, because you already do it in part ops and in part FCL as well. So yes, we can do something.
You can still ask for exemption by discussing with your national authority. This is still a possibility offered. So there are a few examples in Part IS, but we couldn't cover everything. So if you think that you do not pose a significant risk to safety with your operations, you can convince the authority, you'll be granted an exception. For the time being, this is the magic tool to get to be exempted. And like I said, it's not yet well structured in Part IS, but still it's a possibility. So I think we are not turning down your comment. I want to be clear. The fact that
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
There are not the legal tools to achieve what you probably have in mind, but has to be considered for a future revision. And I'm not sure if by answering to this question, I also answered your question. Remind me if there's.
No, you answered it. And just a short comment. There is a way, like Christian said, in Part Oro, in the AMC, there is a definition of complex and non-complex organizations with different levels, requirements on how you structure your safety. And safety is actually, aviation safety is the ultimate goal of Part IS. So already there in the operational safety, or safety from air operations, we have that provision where we give a flexibility depending on your size, and the size of the organization is defined already in Part Oro. And in the IR, Part Oro is referred as those operators that are covered by Part Oro are also covered by Part IS. So you have a link there as well, and there is an opening.
Oh, make your comment, even written, and then we will look into this. And also, we have to consider legal constraints. Let me say that the EASA Commission regulation, EASA MC and GM are always evolving. Sometimes referring to MC and GM that has been issued in the past is not the best approach, because our legal reminds us of new consideration or new agreement that has been reached I can mention this because I think it's quite well known. In the past, MC were defined as a mean to achieve compliance, and were also referred as presumption. If you implement the if you do the things as described in MC and GM, then there is presumption of compliance. That presumption of compliance no longer exists because it was a legal issue. So authorities may not accept that the presumption of compliance. They want to go their way. So it has been removed. This is why I said again, is non-binding material. Then if an authority want to borrow, let's say, the MC and GM and take them as a reference, they are free to do it. But this was just to say that if I would have copied in my in our MC and GM material that sentence, presumption of compliance, that would be immediately recalled by the legal and asked to remove it.
In any case, the authority may propose an alternative means of compliance dual to the exemption.
Yes.
The exemption is not the only way. The national authority may propose an alternative means of compliance for the small organization.
Yes, I think it is another possibility. I think that the time allotted to this workshop has come to an end, and also to this session. I was expecting questions on personal requirements, but not so many. But I have to hand over to Gian Andrea for the wrap up. And any other comments, of course, is welcome. This is what we are seeking through the response of the MC and GM to the MPA.
Okay. Thank you, Davide. And thank you all for bearing with us until now, first of all. I think we had a very interesting day and a lot of interaction, particularly in the room, but also from remote. I think that the level of participation was high, and particularly the figures were impressive because we had in total around 200 people connected. First of all, I want to clarify that the slide will be distributed, so you can go home. We will use the two lists of people registered for online and in-present participation and send the slides out. I want to ask you a very open question. Do you feel more comfortable in navigating through AMC GM than you were this morning? I see a lot of people nodding, so it seems that we have reached our objective for today. So thank you for confirming this, because this is exactly what we wanted to achieve, to put you in a good position to provide good comments. Then I noted that sometimes the discussion went in the direction of implementation because you have some cases that are close to your heart. We were prepared for that. I hope we managed to provide satisfactory answers, and then we're not able to answer to your comments. There will be an implementation phase where, for sure, an answer will be found. Probably an approximate, because sometimes implementation is an iterative game. You can't get it right in the first place. But this is the business where we are. I expect after today a lot of comments. You can have comments to improve the text. We know this was an exercise. We are exploring uncharted territories, and there was a lot of experience in the group that put them together. Now your additional experience can make it even further, and we are really looking forward to receiving your comments. I would like also to confirm the date of 21st of April as deadline for receiving comments. It's a Friday until midnight. Even they come in the early hours of the Saturday until Monday, we won't work on them. Then I really want to thank everyone for the active participation. From the discussion this morning, I took note of a possibility for the association to propose through a comment a list of safety-related equipment. If this comes by the 21st of April, good. If not, we all know that sooner or later we will have to reopen the AMC GM to take into account all the experience that we are gaining now in the implementation. So up to you. I would like to thank all my colleagues. You have seen the full team that was involved in delivering not only AMC GM, but also the regulation beforehand. So thank you, guys. I think you did an excellent work. Thank you. Thank you, Davide, for having coordinated all of this. And now I would like really to wish you a safe journey home and a good rest of the day. Thank you very much. And we will hear from you by the 21st of April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.